Can you hear? I'm talking in a mic right now. Oh, there we go. That duh. Okay, because it's YouTube. Perfect. Okay. No, we know that. Text
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to call to order the March 19th, 2024 Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors Workshop on potential rezone sites for the county housing element. Madam Clerk, can we please get a roll call?
Supervisor Williams,
Here.
Supervisor Capps,
Here.
Supervisor Hartman,
Here.
Supervisor Nelson, and Chair Lavanino.
I'm here.
Let the record reflect that Supervisor Nelson will be joining our workshop today around 3 p.m., and he will be participating from the Santa Maria hearing room.
All right, at this time, if everybody could please stand and join the board in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so we're going to start today's workshop of potential rezone sites for the county housing element, where owners and agents for some of the potential sites will present the board with their visions for the development of housing and community amenities on their sites. In addition, the public will have an opportunity to dialogue with the owners and agents during a 30-minute recess following the conclusion of the presentations. Please note, this is an information-only workshop, and the board will not be taking any actions today. I will now like to turn it over to the Planning and Development Department for their opening remarks.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I just wanted to spend a minute. It's not working. To provide a little context. There we go. This is a workshop, as you mentioned, to talk about the potential rezones to help meet our RENA allocation that we described in our housing element. And this has been a two-step process. We are on our second step now. So just to remind everybody, we adopted the housing element in December of 2023, and we are on the second step, which is the rezone component. The board had a discussion of rezone criteria in January of this year. We're having the workshop now. We will then have the PC rezone hearings. They are scheduled for March 27th and April 1st. And then we have board rezone hearings, and we are still working on finalizing those dates. And then following that, we will have implementation of the housing element, and that will be quite a bit of work for the department. Next slide. So the purpose of the workshop is, as you described, Mr. Chair, an opportunity for the developers who have developed concepts for sites for potential rezone to present those concepts to the board, talk about how those projects conform to the rezone criteria that the board identified in January, and then it informs not only the board, but we have planning commissioners here as they enter into decision maker hearings in this month and in April. Next slide, please. There it goes. So this is just a summary of what the board rezone criteria was identified in January. And it was looking to sites that provided more than the bare minimum of the affordable units that are required. Partnering with nonprofit organizations like People Self-Help or the Housing Authority to provide lower income units. Partnering with local employers or offering right of first refusal to employees so we could house our local workforce. Conformance with the community plan that your project might be in. On-site recreation and or community spaces being provided within the projects. Foregoing builder's remedy applications if they were to get a rezone through the actions of the PC and the board. Sites that are located along transit corridors near jobs and include a mix of uses on the site. Projects that include a mix of for sale and rental units. And then projects that price restrict affordable units for an extended period. And lastly, pending projects, which are different than rezone projects because these were already applied for at the time we were initiating the housing element, but them providing low and moderate income units in exchange for a rezone as part of the housing element process. Next slide. So as I indicated at the beginning of this presentation, we have the Planning Commission hearings coming up March 27th, which is a Wednesday, and April 1st, which is a Monday. And then we will be advising people when we settle on the board dates, but that should be coming soon. That's it. So our next step is to have the development teams come up. And Jacqueline, would you like me to introduce them or would you like to? I'll go ahead. I'll start. So we set the order of the presentations just geographically. We went from east to west on the south. So the first team to present is the Baylord team. This is a pending project that is in the Carpinteria Valley, just outside the city boundaries. And we have Redtail here, and they are here to present. Please come on up. And the Housing Authority.
Is this on? Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Brent Little, and I'm here today on behalf of the Housing Authority of the County of Santa Barbara and Redtail Multifamily Land Development. Joining me today is Bob Havlicek of the County Housing Authority and Tony Tomasello of RM Design Group. So the Baylord site is located about 900 feet west of or north of the intersection of Baylord and the 101 freeway. The road right-of-way is about 75 feet in width, and this is important because that right-of-way up till 2016 used to accommodate up to 4 travel lanes, and all the utilities were designed in the road to accommodate future development. At one point in time, Baylord was proposed to extend all the way up to Casitas Pass Road, and development was contemplated in this area of the county. There's a common misconception that the property is zoned agriculture. As you can see from this slide, the zoning for the property is actually 3E1 and Res .33. This is consistent with the City of Carpinteria zoning for the projects just across the street, which below us is zone PRD 20 and medium density residential. So the little history about the property and the development. The Carpinteria Unified School District acquired the site around 2000, and about that same time, the City of Carpinteria amended their general plan to make the site designated for public facilities or a school. And so when we put forth our application, the city approached us about annexing into the city and doing an affordable project there. And we declined, but what we did do is we started a discussion between the county, the city, and the development team that would discuss RENA credit sharing, fee sharing, as well as an improved access. We worked with the city for about 2 years, but ultimately the city decided they did not want to move forward with that. So this is a snip from the housing element map, and you'll notice the Baylord sites in purple. This is a unique property because it's really the only site in this area of the county that's both a pending site and a potential rezone site. We've had a number of conversations with Coastal Commission, and what's important to recognize in discussing with Coastal staff is that they gave us their indication that this would be a project they could support because it's not agriculturally zoned, which I think is what differentiates us from the sites shown in green, which are also part of the coastal zone, but they are zoned ag. We think that this site makes a lot of sense both from equity and from function. Equity because there really isn't anything much else available that's not ag in this area of the county. And function because the last point in time count identified that there were roughly 15 people that are in the Carpinteria area that identify themselves as Carpinterians and want to remain there but are homeless. There's also a significant number of people that are housing insecure in this area. So we feel this is the right location for this type of facility and development. Okay, it's animated. So we looked at a number of different alternatives as we were studying the project. The first one is the city's land use, and that's for a school site, and it generates significantly more housing or more traffic than housing would. And then we have our pending project, which is 173 units and 41 very low. But today we're here to ask you for the rezone. And one of the things we're offering is to increase the affordability from 41 units to 50 units, which would be a net increase from 23.5% of the site to 28% of the site. So in terms of the community benefits, we feel that there's a number of community benefits, but none of those really more important than the affordability that we're bringing to this area of the community. But we would also ask that you not overlook the market rate housing that we're providing to the people that are commuting into this area of the city from great distances. This is a little snip of how our site plan fits within the community there, and you'll see we have a roundabout entry roughly where the park is. This is from that entry. To the right is looking at our project, and to the left is the existing townhome community. And we have a number of different property amenities out here, resort-style amenities, including dog parks, 2 outdoor kitchen areas, of course, a pool, rec center, open space. And this is an image of one of the outdoor kitchen areas. And here we have, on the top image is the market rate housing. That's a 3-story building, and below is the Housing Authority's building, and that would be also 3-story. And all of it is in the farmhouse design. We have done a significant amount of community outreach throughout the process, and we pledge to continue that outreach. In November, we held an open house for area residents and received a lot of comments from them. It's our goal to re-engage the city. We would love to see them come back to the table. But in the meantime, we're going to keep pressing forward with our design. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bob Havlicek of the Housing Authority.
Thank you, Brent. I'm Bob Havlicek with the Housing Authority, and I serve as Executive Director. Just a little bit of information about the Housing Authority. We were formed in June of 1941 by a Board of Supervisor resolution. We own and manage currently over 1,500 units of affordable housing. We have over 120 employees. 6 of our developments serve homeless and individuals both individuals and families. And that includes homeless, chronically homeless, and other special needs populations. We partner with over 50 different nonprofit organizations throughout the county. And I should mention that the Housing Authority's footprint is the entire county except for the city of Santa Barbara, because they formed their own housing authority back in 1960. So we cover all of the jurisdictional area outside of the city of Santa Barbara. We currently have over 9,000 folks on our wait lists. Those are non-duplicative names. It's obviously there's a huge need. So those 1,500 units is roughly 41 developments. And I think it's important to note that we serve families, seniors, homeless, and veterans. For this particular project, the point in time count reflects that there's really roughly about 20 persistent homeless in the city of Carpinteria area. And this project would be designed to accommodate and house those individuals. Excuse me. There's obviously, in addition to those that are homeless, there are some that actually live in their vehicles as well. in affordable housing terms, we express things in terms of area median income. 30% of area median income is considered extremely low, and 50% is considered very low. And so most of the folks that we would serve would be low income and would qualify under those percentages. The Housing Authority has a history of working with the coordinated entry system. The coordinated entry system does outreach for the folks who are homeless, and then they also provide the referrals for our developments. So the project will feature robust on-site supportive services to meet the needs of those individuals. And it's a wide variety of services: mental health, life skills, health and wellness. And all of these services are to help stabilize the individual and provide housing retention to keep them off the street. So we have quite a few partnerships. Good Samaritan, the Department of Behavioral Wellness, and others. We'll also have an on-site property manager. Oh, sorry.
We're a little bit over your time.
Okay. So just one final comment. We're funded, likely we'll pursue low-income housing tax credits, and the key piece of information that's important there is we need a separate property in order to secure the funding necessary. It's not really practical for us to integrate with market rate units. And anyway, we appreciate your time and thanks for the opportunity to present.
The next development team is Tatum.
You get us again.
Yeah.
It's different information, though. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. At first blush, it would seem that the Tatum and the Baylord site have a lot of dissimilarities, but they actually have a lot of commonalities between the two projects. First, they're both residentially zoned. Second, they have utilities stubbed to the site. Third, they're infill or adjacent to development, so they're clearly not leapfrog. And fourth, they're either using water, such as the case in Baylord with the farm, or they've had the water rights adjudicated. I know that's not such an issue right now, but historically, water has been an issue, so we just wanted to point that out. So the Tatum site is located just below the 101 and west of Turnpike. It's well situated in this area of the county to capitalize on jobs and services nearby. Our design for the project includes multiple different product types out there, multiple different sorts of rental product. And interspersed in the community, we have a number of different open space amenities. So we have dog parks, we have barbecues, pools, paseos that go through there. Also, as a part of our project, we will help to complete San Simeon, which is shown in the general plan circulation element. And this will continue to provide the safe route to school that currently exists there. Our pending project is for 344 units, and the proposed project, we're increasing it to 545. So a significant increase from 69 affordable units to 110 affordable units. But what's inside the project, the multiple different product types that we have there from a rental standpoint, is going to provide a wide spectrum of housing for this community. In particular, we're exceptionally pleased with a townhome product that is up at the top of the project because it isn't a product that you see everywhere. And so the concept with this townhome product is it allows for, as household size grows, it allows for people to stay within the community until such time as they're ready to become home buyers. One of the advantages about having a sizable project is we can have, I said before in Baylord, it's resort style, and you could also call it master plan community style. It's a more significant, in-depth amenity program than you'd normally find at an apartment project. So we're very pleased with that. In general, our design approach for this is to create a lifestyle design that capitalizes on the outdoor living that we all love here in California. So this image is looking into the project from San Simeon. And our planning intent was to work from less dense to more dense in the core of the project. So you're looking into that core right now, and at the very back of the project is where the townhomes are, the two-story townhomes. In the middle, on either side, just past the circle, on either side are the recreational facilities. We have dual recreational facilities on either side. So that we're appropriately scaled for the amount of people in this community. That's wrapped by 4-story buildings, and then the perimeter will be 3-story apartments. And this is an example of the townhomes that I referenced. And again, you know, the goal is to provide family opportunities, family living opportunities. Our 3-story perimeter apartments have a variety of roof lines and pitches and articulation along the front to provide relief and movement along that in a modern Spanish architectural design. This is the 4-story central apartments, and again, you'll see we have arches, awnings, heavy timbers, all the things that are characteristic of a Spanish modern design. And this is a sample of the affordable. And the thing I'd like to point out is it's really indistinguishable from everything else on the project. So this is, there won't be any way to tell this any differently than any of the market rate product. So when we began our design of this project, we obviously looked at the urban oak woodland that's along our western boundary, and spent a significant amount of time with biologists, with our landscape architecture team, with our arborist, studying everything. We tagged every tree out there that was larger than 6 inches in diameter. So we have a real good understanding of the biology out there. Our current plan for that area is a passive trail system together with a bioretention water feature. And we've worked significantly with SBUSD. This is an important asset for them, and we understand it's important for them from a housing perspective as well as a capital perspective, and we'll continue working and collaborating with them. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tony Tomasello.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon. Just a few regulatory and contextual items I want to expand upon a little bit. First, the existing zoning and general plan designations. Again, noting that this is not a currently zoned ag site. There's dual zoning and dual general plan designations on this site. The western, roughly 2/3, is designated residential 20 or DR 20, and the western third is zoned essentially low density residential or 10E1. And there is a current policy in the Eastern Galita Valley Community Plan which stipulates that this site shall receive land use designations appropriate for residential neighborhood development. Again, this is a site that's been in the works and planned for this type of development for many years. And so we're looking forward to continuing that and achieving that goal. A little bit on context here, you can see an aerial image of the site. As Brent alluded to, the site abuts Highway 101 and the railroad. It's near some significant corridors in the area. These green sites represent the local schools and parks and rec facilities. The red represents commercial shopping centers in the vicinity. Purple are some of the institutional uses. You see Cottage, Goleta Valley Hospital down on the bottom left-hand corner, and some additional institutional uses there. And then these kind of brownish sites are essentially the only other DR20 zoned properties in eastern Goleta Valley as it stands currently. So this site is well situated again for the proposed development and for the proposed rezone that's included in the housing element. Hollister Avenue is a high-quality transit corridor. This is a map from SBCAG. It shows the quarter-mile buffer around Hollister Avenue. It's served by MTD routes 6 and 11 that have a combined service frequency of 10 minutes or less. Obviously, those direct linkages to downtown SB and UCSB. As far as public transit goes within this portion of the county, this is probably your best bet for catching a bus. Again, the pending project, 344 total units, includes 69 affordable and 9.2 acres of private open space, which was consistent with that existing general plan policy. This was a builder's remedy project. We received a deemed complete application last May, and we're pending CEQA analysis and moving forward with the project. However, in discussions with the county staff about this housing element, we've sort of pushed pause as we've considered how we can further the goals of the county with respect to housing and meeting its RENA share. So the proposed rezone project would be 545 total units, increased to 110 affordable, maintaining that open space oak woodland on the western side of the site. Allows us to have a little bit more of a cohesive character and neighborhood form with respect to the site planning, in introducing more diversity in terms of the units and opportunities to collaborate with the adjacent site to the south. I want to leave you with this. This is the RENA surplus table from the housing element. Again, this site is a pending project, is included in that third row down. If rezoned, if we move forward with the pending or the proposed project, we could add an additional 41 affordable units, an additional 160 above moderate units as well, so increasing that surplus and taking some pressure off. Thank you.
These planning commission mics. All right, perfect. Thank you.
The next team is for San Marcos Growers.
And Chair Lavanino, members of the board, I just wanted to make a quick note that Supervisor Nelson has joined us from Santa Maria. So for all those in Santa Maria, Supervisor Nelson is in attendance. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors, and Planning Commissioners that are here. My name's John Blair of Presidio Capital Partners, and I'm part of the development team for San Marcos Ranch, a rental community proposed to be built on the site commonly known as San Marcos Growers. I'll be joined by Tom Jess of Eris Studios, our project architect, Bob Havlicek, who you heard from earlier on from the Housing Authority, and Fuller Apartment Homes, who is our property management company, and the owners, the Hodges family. Thanks for inviting us to speak today. Next slide, please. The Hodges family acquired, oh, I do. Where is it? Oh, right here? There we go. Sorry about that. The Hodges family acquired the properties in 1979 and 1981 with residential zoning. The family has owned and operated the San Marcos Growers Wholesale Nursery for over 40 years and will be closing business operations at the end of 2025. In 1993, the property was downzoned to agriculture, and in 2022, the county contacted the Hodges family and asked if they were interested in rezoning the property back to its original residential zoning. As a result of the call, the Hodges family assembled this local development team. Why rezone this site? As you'll see in an upcoming aerial view of the property, it's surrounded by residential, educational, and commercial uses. Residential zoning is consistent with the neighborhood, and the site offers excellent walkability to nearby services. In addition, the site meets all the county's policies and objectives as identified in the Programmatic Environmental Impact Report known as the PEIR. The San Marcos Grower site was included in every proposed bundle of rezone sites in the PEIR. Lastly, the site is very straightforward to develop with no topographical or biological issues, has utilities nearby, and is as shovel-ready as you can get for a development site, which means it can be delivered in this RENA cycle. In short, residential zoning on this site is good land use planning. The aerial view shows the infill nature of a site and its compatibility for residential development. We have El Camino School across the street and San Marcos High School a short walk away via the bike path, which, when the Tatum properties develop, will become a one-lane road, but it provides easy access at the north end of the site. We are next door to the Turnpike Vaughn Shopping Center and plan to have a pedestrian walkway from the project into the center. Magnolia Plaza is also very close by. Both offer a variety of goods and services, all within walking distance. Outside our front door on Hollister Avenue are bus stops for the number 6 and the number 11 MTD lines, which can get you to Western Goleta and Eastern Carpinteria. We have class 1 and 2 bike paths that surround the site to enable easy access to cycle to work and other activities. We have quick access to major arterial roads that border our site, Hollister, Turnpike, and Patterson, as well as easy 101 freeway access. All these transportation options add up to low vehicle miles traveled, VMTs, associated with this site as detailed in the PEIR. Another advantage of being an infill site is that you can use existing infrastructure and not be required to create it. We have 2 neighborhood parks nearby, and El Camino and San Marcos schools offer after-hours access for recreation. When you consider all these attributes, the site is ideal for our local workforce given its proximity to thousands of jobs within a few miles. Our partnership with the Housing Authority will provide 200 homes for our South Coast families most in need, and our projected rental rates will not exceed the county's published upper moderate rates. With this plan, we believe San Marcos Ranch can provide rental housing for our missing middle residents. Additionally, we have partnered with the South Coast Chamber to promote local employee housing through their employer-sponsored housing consortium. Lastly, we are a 100% local team that plans to build a great project, manage it over the long term. Now I'd like to introduce Tom Jess to speak about the project design.
Good afternoon. I'm Tom Jess with Era Studio Architects. And I just wanted to build off of what John's described and explain a little bit of the thinking and the thought process that went into the project itself. Initially, we were asked to design a project that responded to the clear need for more housing in the community by including as many housing units on this parcel as would comfortably fit while still being a positive addition to the existing neighborhood. So what we arrived at is 996 for-rent apartments. 100% of all the apartments will be below or at the upper moderate income bracket, and 200 of the apartments will be deed restricted to very low and low income residents. The deed restricted apartments are being developed in partnership with the Housing Authority and on their own separate parcels to facilitate this. When we're designing these types of communities, we work really hard to make sure that these are as pleasant and livable for the residents as possible. Some of the things I wanted to point out that we incorporated into this design are that we kept the buildings small. They're smaller buildings juxtaposed with each other at angles to encourage privacy, and so that you don't have a lot of windows looking into other windows. Another little small step that we did is we put the parking around the perimeter, which allows for easy walking between the apartments. It promotes a sense of community where you get to meet your neighbors. We also scattered outdoor amenities throughout the site rather than just being centrally located. Around the site, there's a community garden, shade structures, barbecues, dog park, and there's actually a 1 mile long walking trail around there that's going to be very popular with the residents as a form of outdoor recreation. And then located in the center of the site are the main outdoor amenities. They include a pool, spa, barbecue areas, a fitness center, an indoor lounge, and community kitchen. Those are all located there in the center of the site. And then we've worked with the Housing Authority on several projects. They have a wealth of knowledge, and they have very well-run projects. I think Bob's spoken to a lot of that with one of the previous presentations. The deed-restricted apartments will have, there's going to be catered to families, and there's going to be a good mix of 2 and 3 bedroom units within the deed-restricted apartments. The amenities will be tailored to that, and they'll include a tot lot for the young children, computer labs for the older children to be able to do homework and also be used for entertainment. There'll be outdoor amenities and indoor amenities, which are going to include barbecues, shade structures, a library, community kitchen, and space for those support services that Bob mentioned. And then one of the things that we find with these communities in particular is that the laundry rooms and the mailboxes become centers for congregations where people tend to meet their neighbors, tend to gather around. So we pay a lot of attention to those and make sure that we locate them either near a lounge or an outdoor deck. And those are the types of areas where people can get to know their neighbors and really find that support from one another. Another part of this project that we wanted to make sure we did was make sure that we are a good neighbor and fit into the community. So in order to do that, we limited the buildings to 3 stories in height. We used residential materials and detailing that's consistent with the neighborhoods. And that includes horizontal lap and board and batten siding, stone wainscoting, and sloped roofs to make it tie in with the existing neighborhood, as well as you can see in this little rendering that every one of the apartments is going to have a large outdoor private space that they can have some outdoor space that's to their own. This is a bird's eye view of a similar project, and you can see how the buildings are juxtaposed next to each other at angles, the green space that happens in between, how easily walkable it is. One thing I wanted to mention is that these apartment communities and what we've designed are going to be environmentally friendly. All the buildings are going to be all electric. The landscaping is going to be drought tolerant. There'll be on-site electrical generation and water conserving fixtures throughout. In fact, these types of projects use so little water that the last one that we did, the water bill averaged between $10 and $14 a month per apartment. There's just very little water use when we incorporate all these features. This is just a sampling view of the outdoor amenity area with the pool and the spa. You can see that little building in the foreground, a dog washing area for the pet friendliness. The little building next to it is a bike storage room where we'll have community bikes to promote alternative modes of transportation rather than just relying on the car. You can also see the barbecue area and the fitness center. So in conclusion, this truly is an infill residential project. It includes 996 for-rent apartments, all of which will house between very low and moderate and upper moderate income. It's located next to services that the residents will use and close to significant employment centers. The project is compatible with the existing neighborhood and will make a positive contribution to the community. Thank you for your consideration. We appreciate the opportunity and are happy to answer any questions at a later time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next team is the Montessori site team.
Do I have to do something to bring up the presentation?
I think Jacqueline's working on bringing it up for you.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Reitz. I'm a principal with Rethink Development, a local Santa Barbara-based development company, and I'm here with Montessori Center School and two of the trustees representing the school, and I'll let them introduce themselves as well.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Rain Hahn. I'm a trustee representing Montessori Center School. I have two children who are currently enrolled in the school, a 3 and 3/4-year-old who we'd want to mention that, and a 5-year-old, and I myself am an alumna of the school. Montessori Center School was founded in 1965 and is currently serving 220 children ages 18 months through 6th grade. We provide a whole child education program that's child-directed, blending rigorous academics with a robust social-emotional learning platform. And as I can attest, we cultivate independent lifelong learners. We're best known locally for our early childhood program, and we're getting ready to expand our toddler program from 36 to 60 children this coming school year to meet growing demand among the local working families here in Santa Barbara. We're also the owners of 5050 Hollister Avenue, and we're proposing to develop the site for residential use with a mix of low and moderate income as well as fair market value units for lease. To that end, we're seeking rezoning for residential use by the County Board of Supervisors, and we're here today to learn about ways we can envision the project to best meet the needs of the broader community. We purchased the 5050 Hollister property back in 2008 with the intention of building on the 11.5 acres a permanent campus for Montessori Center School. Over the last 15 years, as we've worked on the project, we've faced myriad challenges with that vision. Ultimately, it was determined that because the land is currently zoned for agricultural use, we could potentially build and operate a farm school. However, when we studied this more closely, we realized that it would be a prohibitively expensive option for our school, and the portion of the land that would be appropriated for school use was going to be very minimal. We've been leasing property since our inception in 1965, and at our current location on Fairview Avenue, we've developed a beautiful Montessori garden campus. However, we're outgrowing our space. As I mentioned, we're working to expand our toddler program to serve the growing Santa Barbara community, and it's long been a goal of ours to have a permanent location to do so. We've determined the best thing we can do is develop the 5050 Hollister site for residential use and then to sell the property. Our intention is to use the sale proceeds to acquire a piece of property locally that's better suited for our school's use. We believe it's a win-win for the Santa Barbara community, an opportunity to increase access to low and moderate income housing in Santa Barbara County, raise funds to develop a permanent campus for our school, and in turn expand the program access to serve more families who are seeking high-quality early childhood education for their toddlers. As a Montessori school trustee, an alumna, a current parent, and a longstanding community member, I sincerely thank you for your consideration. Natalie?
Good afternoon, supervisors. As Rain shared, our ultimate goal and purpose is to build a permanent campus for MCS befitting of our school's mission and vision. And we're eager to work together with the community to ensure that this is a project that benefits everyone. We understand that there's a desire to ensure that as many of the units in this development as possible will be low and moderate income housing. And we have a plan for this that our development partner, Greg Reitz, will speak to momentarily. We've also begun to reach out to local employers to assess their appetite for setting up master lease agreements and other structures that can help ensure that we're part of the housing solution for local Santa Barbara families working in our community. Part of our vision includes setting aside a portion of these units for our MCS teachers, roughly 15% of whom, including our head of school, are currently commuting in from Ventura and San Ynez Valley for work each day, and many more of whom face a challenging housing market here in Santa Barbara and Goleta. Ultimately, again, our goal is to build a solution for the school where we can sell this property and invest the proceeds into securing a permanent home for our school. We're eager to learn today how we can approach this in a way that can further the broader community's goals and objectives. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
And now I will talk a little bit more about the site. You've heard a lot of the benefits of this location from the previous presenters. We're next to the San Marcos proposed project and across from the Tatum lot. A lot of what you've heard about the location with Hollister as a corridor and access to the 101 with El Camino School and San Marcos being opportunities for outdoor recreation. I'll talk a little bit more about it, but you're familiar with the location. As was mentioned by Rain and Natalie, we have multiple crises that we're dealing with. We're not only dealing with the housing crisis that they touched on, we also have a childcare crisis. And then globally, we have a climate crisis. And with the proper selection of locations and with the project that we're presenting, we're going to try to address all of those. One of the ways is to reduce the impact from traffic, right? So one of the things that we hear most of when we're proposing developments is how much traffic is going to be created. Well, because of the location of this site, people can get most of their daily needs met by walking, biking, or riding on the bus lines. Walk, lots of things that you can walk to. You've heard about that. Bike, you can bike to work. There's an extensive network of bike trails. The Maria Ignacio Bike Trail connects throughout the region and goes all the way down to UCSB for people that work there. And then you've heard about the lines 6 and 11 MTD lines. We think there's an opportunity with this cluster of housing to improve on that and create some express lines so people are more likely to use the bus to get to their employment. Recreation is important. You heard about the local recreation access. On our site, we plan a myriad of opportunities for recreation, a pool, dog park, barbecues, places to play, places to relax. This shows some of the green areas that are accessed and can be accessed, largely through the Maria Ignacio bike path, but other bike accessible locations as well. And then talk a little bit about the project. This is the site plan from the Builder's Remedy application. We spent the last couple weeks, and including today, getting feedback on how we can improve our plan. So this is continuing to evolve. One of the important things about this site plan is that we are clustering the project towards the center to make least impact on our neighbors. Another important thing about this is we do have an historic farmhouse and a historic barn that will be preserved as part of the project, and it creates a nice park-like atmosphere in the lower left of that site where we have the pool and other recreation. We're going to preserve some oak trees in that area. These are some inspiration images, the kind of feeling that we want to create with the development, which is very Santa Barbara, that includes smaller and wider paseos, places for people to meet and gather, and places for passive and active recreation. It's really important that when we build the housing, we're not attracting people that don't already live here, but that don't already live here, but people that work here, that want to live here, and address our traffic problems and create opportunities for people to live and work in our community. So we've reached out to the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce about the program that they're developing to include local employers and to give priority to local employers for the housing that we're creating on all different affordability levels. And then finally, the most important thing, and the thing to address the housing crisis and housing affordability crisis in our neighborhood, and for our teachers and for all of our service providers, is to provide the maximum amount of affordability as we can, and as Montessori Center School can afford to provide on the site. So with our Builder's Remedy application, we had proposed 69 low-income affordable units. With the rezone, our intent is to increase that to 25% of the total units, over 115, or about 115 units at various levels of affordability, from low income to above moderate, with a big focus on moderate income housing, which is the hardest to address in partnership, even in partnership with the Housing Authority, because there's no subsidies for that. So that all the moderate income units would be internally subsidized to address a need that is really hard to meet. And that is becoming part of our plan if the property is rezoned.
Great.
So I'll leave it with
Good.
that and
Perfect.
Open for questions later. Thank you.
Very good. Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next presentation team is for the Cared Elwood property. All right. Good afternoon, Chair Lavanino, supervisors. I'm Laurel Perez with SEPS Planning and Permitting. It is a great honor to be a part of this important county effort to bring housing to our community, and I'm especially proud to be representing the Cared family and the Chadmar Group. Our proposal is first and foremost a means to bring diversity in housing, including a great deal of affordable housing to the community, and it is nearly all for-sale housing, which is so desperately needed by employers to keep mature workers here in our community. We accomplish that first and foremost with through partnerships, a partnership with People's Self-Help Housing, and partnerships with large local employers who will purchase a good portion of the non-designated affordable units and subsidize their employees' ability to purchase these homes to make home ownership affordable for their employees. That is at the core of our project. So let's take a look at where it is located and quickly share our story. You're all familiar with the Goleta Valley, and as you see here, the Cared Equil property is located off of Hollister Avenue on South Patterson Ave in the heart of the urban center of the eastern Goleta Valley. I'd like to share what makes the Cared property an ideal location for new for-sale homes. In short, public water supply meeting 100% of the project demand has been allocated through the Mary Wright court suit involving Goleta Water District. The property is also connected to the Goleta Sanitary District with capacity to serve development. The property does not infringe on the urban-rural boundary. It is outside of the high fire and the high fire interface zones. It is located in a high transit area with bus service and a Class 1 bikeway adjoining the property. It is located near public services, shopping, and schools, and importantly, it is within walking distance to some of Goleta's largest employers. I think many of you may have gotten to know Ron Cared during his decades of volunteerism with the county's Agriculture Advisory Committee, his service on several nonprofit boards, and his involvement with local planning advisory committees over the years. This is a local legacy project for the Cared family, and it means far more to them than any other project would to an out-of-towner. 3 generations of Cairds live right next to the project site, and the Cared family has been operating the Port Lamar Nursery since the 1970s. Now in its 3rd generation, the nursery has grown over time to include greenhouses and hoop houses that grow plants in pots above the ground. Today, the greenhouses are antiquated with asphalt surfaces and concrete pads as everything is grown above ground due to the high water table. Much of the infrastructure is 50 to 70 years old and requires replacement. That means relocating elsewhere in the community and creating needed housing on a portion of the property. The old greenhouses could be replaced on half the land area with state-of-the-art greenhouse infrastructure. The Cared family looked across the state for a responsible developer to partner with and did not have to go far, other than the Goleta Valley, to find the model project, the bungalows, the hideaway bungalows, which was developed by the Chadmar Group. Chadmar is one of the most respected local and state developers, known for their high-quality projects and attention to detail with design and landscaping. The Cared property is an ideal location for new homes. It is less productive ag land, located outside of the restricted airport safety zones,
outside of the coastal zone, within walking distance to thousands of jobs, and designed with significant public open space and avoidance of sensitive habitats, which I'll touch on next. The Santa Barbara Airport has development standards identifying what can safely be built nearby. As you can see here, Airport Safety Zone 2 does not allow homes. However, Airport Safety Zone 4 does allow homes, and nearly all of the cared property is located within Safety Zone 4, making it an ideal location. Within less than a block of the cared property are thousands of jobs from Goleta Valley Cottage Hospital, Giordano's, Google, and several other major employers. Knowing the historic challenges of developing homes in the coastal zone, the portion of the property owned by the Cairds that will be dedicated for homes is outside of the coastal zone. This also allows the Cairds to continue operations in greenhouses in the coastal zone area on the property with buffers from new homes, aligned with county policy in the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan. Early on, the environmental team surveyed the entire property and identified any environmentally sensitive habitat areas, which have been avoided with the plan, including buffers from ESHA. As this graphic illustrates, the buildable area on the cared property, I think I might have gone backwards. The buildable area on the cared property, approximately 60 acres in size, avoids ESHA and stays outside of the airport safety and coastal zones. The remaining land outside the buildable area will be left as public open space, approximately 10 acres of contiguous public open space for public park and community recreational use. And continued greenhouse use will cover approximately 20 acres within the coastal zone. In our planning to provide home ownership adjacent to major employers, we have completed our due diligence by identifying constraints and exploring possible site layouts, as you can see here. Let me take you through our plan, which would be constructed in phases, moving from east to west across the site. So for this triangle piece, adjacent to existing single-family 1- and 2-story homes, we are envisioning lower density, single-family homes, such as those shown here, that align with the existing neighborhood. Moving west across the site, and in order to accomplish the density that's being requested, we have proposed a variety of multifamily home types, ranging in size from 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms, and ranging in height from 2, 3, and 4-story structures. The project will incorporate at least 2 separate locations for on-site amenities, each including pools, clubhouse with amenities, picnic and barbecue facilities. And even while providing more than 800, closer to 1,000 homes, our concept plan leaves 58% of the property as open space, including public open space, public park and recreational land. With nearly all new housing on the South Coast being designated as rental, the cared property will stand out with for-sale homes plus 200 very low and low-income affordable homes, in addition to workforce homes in partnership with major employers. With respect to the affordable housing, we are in partnership with People's Self-Help Housing to provide a minimum of 20% or 200 low and very low income homes. And for the moderate and upper moderate homes, which equates to more than 150 homes, we are working with a major employer who plans to purchase and then subsidize these homes for their employees, similar to the model that is provided at the old St. Francis Hospital site in the city of Santa Barbara. These affordable and workforce homes will be integrated throughout the site. They will not be segregated into one location, and they will be maintained as affordable in perpetuity. Ken Trujillo, CEO and President of People's Self-Help Housing, is here with us today and plans to speak during public comment. I should also note that the Cared family is a proud member of the Chamber's Employer-Sponsored Housing Consortium program, and we will be participating in the consortium program as well as the other collaborations and partnerships I've mentioned. We really appreciate the work that the Chamber has done in aligning employers with housing developers. As addressed earlier, the current greenhouses reaching 50 to 70 years in age will be replaced elsewhere in the area, allowing Pour Lamar Nursery to continue its operations in the Goleta Valley with far more efficient and sustainable infrastructure, such as the greenhouses you see here. In addition to the Chadmar Group, the Caird family has chosen a team of experts, all who have a local proven track record, to help create our vision for an exemplary housing development that provides for-sale homes, including affordable and workforce homes, to house local employees. And we thank you for the opportunity to present this exciting concept. I think I might have turned it off.
Thank you. The next presentation will come from the owners of the St. Athanasius site and the representatives.
Oh. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Leach. I'm with DUDAC. We have provided land use planning to the church since approximately 1995 when they were searching for a location for their church complex, and participated in the entitlement process in 2005 for the church campus, which sits on the top portion of the site that you see in color here. The total site is about 21 acres. The church is on the northern 5 3/4 acres. The southern 14 3/4 acres is the area that was included by county planning staff for the potential receiver site for affordable housing. Along the right-hand side of the parcel is Lussamita Garden Lane. Hollister Avenue runs east-west at the top part of the parcel. I should say, in representing the church has limited resources. And so today's challenge is really to provide you with the assurance that the church is committed, and we've gone to the extent of at least identifying that we are able to meet the commitment that the planning staff has identified for the property without going to the extent of spending all the church's money at this point in time, putting the cart before the horse, if you will. We really want to ensure that we have the rezone in hand before we develop a partnership with other developers and agencies that will help us to create the vision for affordable housing on the site. As one of the earlier people mentioned, there are some airport approach zone constraints on the property. Safety Zone 2 in the lower left-hand corner allows no structural development at all. Safety Zone 6 has no limitations for density or height. Safety Zone 4 actually has a maximum density of 25 units to the acre for residential development. And there is a requirement for 15% of open space that is intended for an aircraft that is in distress being able to do an emergency landing. The bottom portion of the property aligns with the major runway for Santa Barbara Airport, so that's the area they're most concerned in leaving as open space. So this pattern of overlay is what principally led planning county staff to come up with a allocation of 300 units, a minimum of 300 units that they felt was reasonable and defensible for the property under the housing element update. And it turns out that they were pretty close. What we were able to do based on those constraints was to lay out a topology using a garden apartment style, a horseshoe with an open courtyard in the center, leading to something that has interest for all the people in the building, provides some sense of separation. You see the airport approach zones laid out on here with no development in Zone 2. Zone 4 has 22 units per acre, which is in keeping with that 25 unit maximum. So there's 100 units in that portion of the site. There's 217 units in the Zone 4 portion of the site. This allows for the required number of parking spaces for the buildings, allows for the required amount of open space to be preserved on the property. The northern part of the parcel to the left of that dashed line, the church had development plan approval in 2005 for 4 additional buildings. The church has not been able to realize those development dreams, if you will, due to a lack of funding. So this opportunity for the church to develop a revenue source so that they can completely build out their initial planned campus is an answer to their prayers, really. And so that is why you see no residential development on the portion on the left-hand side of the property. The church would move forward with doing a development plan to basically flesh out the rest of those buildings. The church is very interested in maintaining ownership of the property, and I'll get to one of the primary reasons for that in a minute. But in essence, this demonstrates that we can get the density that the planning staff has assigned to the property. It does make sense, is reasonable, is compatible, we believe, with a lot of the development. Above the church property is the old Mentor Research Park. So there are 3-story buildings in that area that this would be compatible with. These would be 3-story buildings, which is within the height restriction for the DR 3040 zone. So it's compatible with what the zoning is that county staff is proposing. This is, again, not spent the money up front on architecture design detail, but giving you a sense of how it fits in with the remaining fabric and in the community. About the center of the project, you'll see some of the buildings for the research park, which are 2-story but 30 feet in height. And then we'll move quickly on to the next one. So with that very traditional garden style apartment, you can see pretty much any architectural style works for it, from utilitarian through LAFCO, to get this parcel into the Goleta Sanitary District, because county staff did not want the church on septic. So the entire parcel is within the Goleta Sanitary District. There's current sewer service available to the parcel. There's current Goleta Water District domestic water service available to the parcel. The church did a fair share contribution to the establishment of a traffic signal at Hollister and La Sumida Garden Lane, which is our principal entrance to the property. It's all set, ready to go. On the west side of the or east side of the property, La Sumida Garden Lane, actually there is an easement, roadway easement existing today in the city of Goleta that brings it down to Equil. So that easement is ready to be developed. And what I should have, let's see, can I go back? What I should have mentioned is this layout actually allows for the extension of Equil across the property. We're well aware that the county is interested in extending Equil. This site plan accommodates that, and we can move buildings around if there's a wider right-of-way that's necessary to accomplish that. And then last but not least, just a quick rundown, as you've seen more elaborately from some of the other presenters. It is in a location with walkable resources for anyone that's coming into this, if it's affordable housing, if transportation is a constraint, walking distance to grocery stores in the green, health services, Goleta Valley Hospital, and a medical campus. There's even a branch of a community college within easy walking distance. So even without owning a car, future residents would have the capability of reaching all of these local areas. And the church is very, very interested in maximizing the amount of affordable units on this property. We are actively in discussion with various different groups to be able to maximize that. We know that there are resources, tax incentives, streamlining that are available for 100% affordable projects, and we are investigating those in the hope that we can come up with something that goes well beyond the minimum incorporation of affordable level housing. And with that, I will stop.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next presentation team is from the Georgie property.
Good afternoon, Jeff Nelson here on behalf of the Georgie family, the landowner, and Jason, my son, is here. The Georgie property shown on the left here next to Hollister and Ward Memorial is listed as #1 on the county's potential housing list. We're here to show you a diverse, fully planned new community. This property, which you can see the orchard below, is a 5-minute walk to Goleta Valley Cottage Hospital, pure infill. Next to jobs, roads, and Old Town Goleta, there it is with Old Town Goleta to the back of it. It's an 8-minute bike ride to Goleta Beach. It's infill in the center of the urban area, Hollister on the right, and Old Town Goleta beyond. The basics. The homes now fully designed are 1,177 of 1, 2, and 3, 4-story homes and apartments. The county's original target was 1212, which was right about on target. It's 64.7 acres of flat, fully developable land. There's a lot of units here, but its density is only 18.2 units per acre for the whole site, lower than many others. It's got a central park and 10 pocket parks. It's in the environmentally superior alternative location. We've got 250 very low income rentals split into three different lots, 2 of family affordable of 150 units and 100 senior affordable rentals. We have workforce housing both with the chamber and actually 80 designated moderate price workforce units, which we did for local workers on the tree farm project recently successfully. We've added childcare and preschool, 9 diverse housing types, 2,800 parking spaces, 590 for sale units, including the workforce, 600 rentals, including the low income. This will be a community that will be age and income level diverse, perhaps beyond any others before it. This will also pay millions and millions of dollars of county and school fees. We filed an SB 330 application for this because that level of planning was required to prove that it all worked. It was designed to avoid the 12 to 15-year timeline also that has occurred to us on other projects. It seemed like the best chance to get the multi-generational owners, the family and urban use after their 52-year wait since the water moratorium of 1972. This may be required for some innovative planning such as the Live Work Lofts Village. This is a friendly, not an unfriendly SB 330 application. It's an ideal candidate to rezone for infill diverse housing. From the beginning, when we first filed it, we've heard the supervisors last hearing and listened to many different important voices as listed here. And so we made many, many changes. Apartments for all, commercial to Hollister, increased the number of affordables, create workforce housing, join the chamber program, give local workers the first choice, provides street landscaping, et cetera, child preschool, reduce units for pocket parks. Here's the overall 64 acres with the north being Hollister and then Ward being that arc on the top left. Here's the northern section, 40 acres. Most all of the density is there. Two-story townhomes on the north, 3-story, and then four-story affordable, 3 and 4-story affordable and 4-story apartments. And we got a preschool there on bottom left, and an extension of Eckville. So this is the southern section. It's live, work, preschool, common area, roads. The live work is called out specifically as a use, and here is the live work with the work part. Incredible commercial opportunities, same village here, and back subordinate live part of it. Apartments, 4-story, 350 units located far from visibility of Hollister or Ward. Market rate housing near Hollister, 2-story townhomes. National award-winning architects for density, actual floor plans for all homes. We, through a contact I had, we engaged the related company, a national leader in affordable housing that's done incredible affordable housing projects throughout the Western United States and throughout the country. We're working on local alliances with them, Housing Authority, others, nonprofits. Anyway, they have great capability, and we have the greatest incentive to have this part of the project be excellent. The workforce housing and chamber, here are units representative of that, actually planned 1,000 to 1,900 square feet. Here's row homes, 3-story townhomes, neighborhood farm to table market and deli, perimeter landscaping near Ward Drive, mature olives along the perimeter. Here's Hollister on the north. You can see in the top left, you have the new roundabouts that will feed into the project City of Goleta is doing. The plaza of commercial on Hollister, perimeter landscaping, more perimeter landscaping, location, location, location. This is an environmental superior location on Hollister high density transportation corridor. You saw it on Hollister on the first slide. It's the crossroads of Hollister, Ward, Highway 217, and on-ramps to 101 and new Goleta roundabouts. We have a coastal breeze, but no coastal commission jurisdiction. We're identified as the center. It was identified as the center of the Central Coast for a possible regional shopping center 35 years ago. That was a no-go. Neighbors are churches and businesses, so there's been no neighborhood outcry when this was proposed. Proximate to services for excellent affordable tax credit score. The site has premium water rights for developing now. It is agricultural property, but the state housing law provides that agriculture to be protected is outside the urban boundary line. That's not us. This is the center of the urban area, a Goleta Water District moratorium remnant ag use, I would say. It has the same soils as Goleta Valley Hospital, Old Town, and other nearby developed properties. 4 generations of family have farmed it. It's nearing time for the 5th, and it is not practical for the next generation to take over, and the family is far flung. Its time has come. Mostly lemons and avocados grown, shipped nationally and internationally, not a local stay-here crop. Based on our experience, you can't make rezoning conditional on the extra benefits promised. If in Tree Farm, our most recent project, we added a workforce housing component with local preference. It worked out fine. We can do that as a part of our project description. The most problematic sites may be incentivized to overpromise extra benefits. Our location is premium, we feel. The zoning map should be coherent, density from the inside out. County P&D did extensive research to come up with housing candidates. It happened to list Georgie #1, and we submit it is that is its best, the number one ranking. It's the best location, best Eastern Goleta local team connections, least impactful on schools and neighborhoods, resources allowing it to be built first, water. Our amazing team has it ready to go. So if I can. Recent projects nearby the Georgie project. There's the Georgie project. So we've done in our view, the greatest projects in this area. We've been lauded for doing great Eastern Goleta infill projects. That video was Tree Farm and the Knoll and the Georgie site. Process has its place, but so does action. We're taking action. The orchard, its time is now. The orchard, we would submit, its time is now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. The next site to present is the Glen Annie site.
Are you guys still with us? Happy Nowruz, by the way. It's Persian New Year. So Glen Annie, my name is Gallery Macon, and I'm a local land use planner. And it's been the honor of my career to be able to work on this site with these owners. I'm here today with the two landowners and our design team. At the beginning of this process, our team went on what we like to call the listening tour. We wanted to understand the needs of the neighborhood and broader community in order to create a thoughtful vision. It was important to us to be transparent and have an open dialogue. So we've participated in several neighborhood meetings, started a website, and held over 50 stakeholder meetings. Here you can see some of the more notable outreach meetings we've had so far and will continue to have through the process. We've organized them from our affordable and workforce housing partners, including the Santa Barbara Unified School District, neighborhood groups, including the Goodland Coalition, community organizations, including the League of Women Voters, and local government officials. These outreach meetings have made the proposed project what it is today. Now I want to describe how this site addresses the rezone criteria that your board set forth with these 5 focus areas. I'll start with an overview. The property consists of approximately 175 acres, 100 of which would be dedicated to public open space, recreation, and public amenities. We're estimating a total of 800 to 1,000 housing units of variable densities and types. There will be 3 additional access points with the main entry off of Cathedral Oaks at the signalized intersection. The project includes a perimeter fire break, but north of this site, according to Fire Chief Rob Hazards, are thousands of acres of existing orchards that provide fire protection to the area. The project design uses conservation development standards with an emphasis on sustainability and energy efficiency. We've heard from many stakeholders that it was important to provide a mix of housing types, including for rent and for sale. As you can see on the map, we're showing apartments and condos in the higher density section, row homes and townhomes in the medium density section, and clustered single-family and small lot single-family in the lower density section. The small lot single-family homes, which is less than 10% of the total units, could also have ADUs. The owners have committed to partnering and donating 7.7 acres of the higher density area of the project to an affordable housing provider. That allows for 231 to 308 affordable units, which is 23 to 31% of the project if it had 1,000 units. We've met with the County Housing Authority multiple times, and we've met with Habitat for Humanity for providing for sale affordable housing. We've also met with the superintendent and board member of the Santa Barbara Unified School District, and they are very interested in a potential partnership. We're planning on presenting to their full board in the coming months. Our understanding is that if the school district owns the land, then they'd be able to restrict the housing to their teachers and staff, which qualify for both the affordable and moderate income housing category. Being across the street from Dos Pueblos High School and within 2 miles of the Goleta Valley Junior High School, this could be a really great partnership. In addition to the low-income housing, Glen Annie is the pilot project for the South Coast Chamber's employee-sponsored consortium. Our team is proud to have been working with the Chamber since the beginning. A key aspect of this partnership is, again, the mix of housing opportunities for employers to be able to offer to existing and prospective employees. We'd be happy if all of the remaining units were for the workforce.
Hold on, we're going to hold your time just for a second, Gilbert.
Thank you.
Are we good? Okay.
Thank you. Since Glen Annie is an existing recreational resource, it was important to maintain and enhance this resource to a broader population and make it public. The owners are committed to providing a public community center with event space, a public pool, neighborhood child-friendly parks, and a small grab-and-go market, like for coffee. These facilities will be built by the developer for the public benefit. You can see on this map where some of these amenities will be located. And we'd provide a public parking area to accommodate these uses. In addition to the amenities, and at the heart of the vision, is the public open space and trails. We've designed a 4-mile, multi-purpose looped trail system that weaves through the open space with the expertise of our trail designer. We've met with Steve Winhager, Executive Director of the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden, to help us create a native garden space. The open space will also provide the reestablishment and preservation of habitat and restoration of natural creek elements that was lost with the development of the golf course. Using a conservation standard of 60% native landscaping will foster vastly greater biodiversity and habitat for the local wildlife. Here are the locations of these elements, and we have boards in the lobby if you want to take a closer look. I wanted to share this map that was prepared by the Santa Barbara County Trails Council and recommended by CRATAC for proposed amendments to the county parks, recreation, and trails maps. We fully support this recommendation, which would further set an expectation and requirement for these amenities, parks, and recreation to accompany housing development. Last but certainly not least, and in fact the very first amenity that we wanted to include in this development is an on-site community childcare facility. We're allocating a 10,000 square foot space near the public parks and community center that the owners would build and dedicate to a childcare provider. We've met with LEAP and actually touring their facilities tomorrow morning. They're a wonderful organization, and we're looking forward to partnering with them for this space. In terms of location, I wanted to share a couple slides on the proximity of the site to employers, services, and alternate forms of transportation. As you can see from this map, within 1 and 2 miles of this site are over 10,000 employees, and that's just from the largest employers. Western Goleta has become a major employment hub, and this is the only rezoned site in Western Goleta in the county. Here's a map showing the existing Class 1 bike lane that runs across the entire project frontage, Class 2 bike lanes that run along Glen Annie and loop to Hollister and Winchester, and existing bus stops, 1 at the site, and 9 others just around the high school. The 1-mile radius includes 2 schools, the Camino Real Marketplace, and the corner of the Target Shopping Center. We've also conducted not only a VMT analysis, but a level of service study with a transportation management plan. Our traffic engineer is here, can answer any questions, and he's also available in the lobby with his information. In summary, the vision for Glen Annie is a fully integrated community that aligns with the county's rezone criteria. We've provided a mix of housing at various affordability levels. We're working with several affordable housing partnerships. We're providing public recreation amenities, open space and trails, on-site community childcare, and housing for our local workforce. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the last of the South County presentations is coming from UCSB. They do not have a PowerPoint, but they offered to come and provide some information on the staff and faculty housing that they are working on. Mr. Romer?
Good afternoon. Thank you, supervisors, for the opportunity to participate. My name is Josh Romer. I'm the Director of Capital and Physical Planning at UCSB. I'm in the Office of Budget and Planning. We are very encouraged to see all these potential projects because obviously workforce housing is really critical to the campus as it is to all of us here. And I'm pleased to share our plans. We're a little bit different than the other participants here today in that we're not really requesting a rezone. We consider most of these entitled projects as far as we're concerned, but we recognize that we are, a major provider and a major user of housing, so we're part of the landscape. So we're glad to be here and happy to share some of the projects that we have currently on the docket. So just by way of background, the campus has its own version of a general plan, a long-range development plan, as all UC campuses have. This is the plan that documents all of the proposed development that the campus has over a horizon of time. Our current long-range development plan, or LRDP, was drafted in 2010 and adopted in 2014. It describes all of our campus plans for development. There are approximately a dozen housing projects that are included in that development plan, and some of those are to serve students, and some of them are to serve staff and faculty housing. The long-range development plan has an EIR that was approved, and everything has been vetted through the Coastal Commission, which is why we refer to these as generally as entitled projects. The question is just at what point can we get them all done? So there's 4 active projects that I would like to share with you today. 2 are for the student population, and 2 are for the faculty and staff population. So I would like to start with the student housing, because it's kind of the largest projects that we're talking about, and the one that at least I'm spending most of my time on most recently, so it's front of mind. So we have 2 active student housing projects on the docket. The long-range development plan anticipated that we would build 5,000 new beds to accommodate growth in enrollment. We did build 1,500 of those beds, so we have a remaining shortfall of 3,500 beds that we are trying to plan for. So we have 2 projects to address that shortfall. The first project is called the San Benito Student Housing Project. It is located on the main campus in the northwest corner where there was a prior donor project that we were considering for some manner of time. This will be a large-scale project, probably around 2,100 student beds. These will be student apartments. So students will have apartments with kitchens in them. We don't have a residence or we don't have a dining commons on site, but we will have a retail market down below. These are basically apartments for upper division class students. So we generally have first-year students stay in residence halls on the main campus. This is kind of like for the second, third, and fourth years, the student apartments. We are planning for this project to open in fall 2027. This is a relatively aggressive schedule, but we're trying to make sure that we meet our commitments to build 5,000 beds as soon as we possibly can. And so because we are trying to stay within the regulatory confines of the LRDP, we're trying to keep the project to look as much like what it was described in the LRDP to begin with. We think this will kind of facilitate development and conversations with the Coastal Commission. So that leaves the remaining 1,400 student beds that we'd like to provide. And so that is, as of yet, unnamed Phase 2 project. We start conceptual planning on that next month. We plan to open that by fall 2029. So we have a little bit more time to do it than San Benito, but we're still moving very, very quickly. We've hired a single architectural design team to plan both the projects for us. They're kind of in sequence. So San Benito, which I've described, is basically completing conceptual planning this month. We start schematic design in April. As we start schematic design on that one, we'll be starting the conceptual planning for Phase 2. So these will both be kind of traveling in sequence through this project. But the goal is that by fall 2029, we will have all 3,500 beds anticipated in the LRDP fully occupied, heads in beds, as our housing folks say. So those are the two student housing projects that are anticipated on the main campus in the LRDP that we anticipate addressing through this next RENA cycle. So moving on to faculty staff housing, so a different demographic and a different constituency that we're planning for. We have two projects, both at kind of different ends of the spectrum in terms of where they are in development. So the first is our Ocean Walk Faculty Workforce Housing Project. So this is a 5-phase project for faculty workforce housing, single-family homes, all located on the North Campus, 159 for-sale units. The first 89 homes are already occupied. They were the first 3 phases. The final 2 phases we're doing concurrently. So there's 70 homes that are under construction right now. I believe it's within 9 months to a year, they will all be fully completed in escrow and occupied. So that's our faculty workforce housing at Ocean Walk. So the next generation, the next phase of faculty and staff housing would be Ocean Road. So this is a much larger project. It's on our main campus. It's actually the entire western perimeter of campus as we kind of abut IV. So this is a very interesting project. It's, for the most part, a linear project. It's a series of development parcels that track along our western border with two larger parcels that are more like invested in the middle of campus. This is for faculty and staff, and it's split rental and townhomes that would be for sale. The split is roughly 1/3 for sale townhomes and then 2/3 apartment units. As I mentioned, both for faculty and staff workforce housing. This is a project that was approved by the Regents in May 2022. We had a development team developed through a public solicitation that was a development partner that was going to build the project for us. We had challenges over the last few years. We're not moving forward with that development partner, but we will be able to reformulate the project, think about how we could work with a new development partner, and hope to move forward on that. The fact that we do have the Regents' approval in May 22, I think, helps us advance that project. So as we go out to market again to find a good development partner, we are in a slightly better position than we were last time around. So this is really critical for us. I mean, workforce housing is really essential to recruitment and retention of, really excellent faculty and staff. So these are really important priorities for campus, and we want to move forward them. So those are the 4 active projects that I wanted to kind of just share with you today to kind of help you understand this huge housing element update, kind of where we factor in. I will note that some of our projects that I just described today have been included in the housing element update because they're anticipated to happen within the next 8 years. So I will be here afterwards for questions as well. So thank you again for the opportunity to participate.
Excellent. Thank you for being here today. So that finishes up our South County developer presentations. Before we head into the North County, I think we should take a 10-minute break, give everybody a chance to stand up. So yeah, shake it out a little bit. We'll be back. There's 2, 4, 5 presentations up north. This is manager.
Male, female?
Female, Mary. Oh, well, I'll figure it out in a second. That's all right. I am. What's your name again? Joe. Okay. All right. We would like to reconvene, and this now portion brings us to the North County developer presentations that were presented from Santa Maria, I believe. Nope, not all of them. Oh, really? Okay. Okay.
Yes,
Got it.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, the presenters will be presenting from Santa Maria, but we are running all presentations from here in Santa Barbara. So just a friendly reminder to all presenters in Santa Maria, if you can please indicate next slide when you need to advance to the next slide, that would be greatly appreciated. And if we can see Santa Maria on the screen. Fabulous, thank you.
Is that Bob? Bob, we've got great snacks down here, just so you know.
Got my coffee, I'm all right. We'll get you some snacks too.
We ready?
Thank you. So the first presentation will be from the representatives from the Constellation Project in Vandenberg Village.
Afternoon. Can you hear me? Afternoon, Board of Supervisors, Chair Lavagino, members of the board. Before you today, Constellation, I bring before you, my name is Pete Simmons. I'm with Urban Planning Concepts. I'm representing Constellation Land Development LLC, and I'm here to bring before you the Constellation Road residence, which is at 3764 Constellation Road in Lompoc, California. The next slide, please. Constellation Land Development Company, they're a local residential and commercial developer that is investing in the Santa Barbara County. They have 2 projects right now that they're currently working on.
I'm sorry. That should be on, right?
Can you hear me? I'm guessing, right? Yes. So they have 2 projects they're working on. The one before you today is the Constellation Road, which is a 60-unit apartment project with an extended stay hotel, as well as an extended stay hotel at this location. The second project that they're also going to be bringing for you today is the Apollo Way proposal, which is for 94 townhomes and 208 apartment market rate housing units. The proposed project will provide a variety of housing for the future expansion of the Vandenberg Space Force Base and to help meet the county's RENA numbers for the 2023-2031 cycle. Next slide, please. I think you got to go back sorry. The project site here is divided up into 2 parcels. It's one large parcel, which takes up 5.16 acres of land. Parcel 1, which is 2.56 acres, is currently zoned general commercial and will have an extended stay hotel located on it. Parcel 2 will be 2.6 acres in size and is currently zoned C2. We are proposing a 60-unit residential development that's divided up amongst 3 units, as you can see here before you, as well as we have a community center and some outdoor amenities for those residents within that development. The potential for the rezone, which we're looking at to go from C2 to DR30, would be 78 units. The proposal, like I had mentioned, is going to be for 60 units. Next slide, please. Again, the project site is located at 3764 Constellation Road, as you can see here in red, with the green portion that's been highlighted as the residential portion of the project that we were proposing to rezone before you. The current adjacent land uses to the north of the site will eventually be a future county park. To the east and south is general commercial, and to the west is single-family residential, which is zone DR20, which is the Heritage Village, and it's a luxury senior housing development. Next slide, please. The amenities that we see within three-quarter miles of the radius of the project. You have transit, which currently we have a bus stop across the street near the library, as well as there's a another bus stop in front of the Vandenberg Village Shopping Center that is provided by Colt, and it provides hourly bus service. We're also nearby, we have, again, the Future County Park, which is adjacent to the site to the east. We have Providence Landing Neighborhood Park, which is 0.48 miles to the south. We have Village Hills Little League Field, which is 0.66 miles to the north up near Cabrillo High School, as well as we have Providence Landing Park, which is 0.7 miles to the south. From the project. There's also, we have the Village Market, which is immediately adjacent to this, to the west of this project, southwest of this project. There's a bank, Coastal Hills Credit Union. There are 3 different schools: Buena Vista Elementary, Maple Hills High School, or Maple High School, as well as Caprio High School, as well as we have the library, Village Library, just across the street from our project. And there's a variety of local businesses and restaurants in the immediate area along Constellation Road for residents of this development, as well as development throughout Vandenberg Village. Next slide, please. The major employment areas within 5-mile radius of our project site, we had as part of our transportation analysis that we had worked on. We looked at where this site is in comparison based on the VMT requirements of trying to stay within 5 miles of a site. And as you can see, some of the major employers that we're finding within 5 miles of our project site are Vandenberg Space Force Base, Allen Hancock College, Lompoc Penitentiary, the City of Lompoc, Dinmat Holdings LLC, Lompoc Valley Medical Center, and Santa Barbara County Probation. Next slide, please. Here's kind of a conceptual view of what our apartments, the apartment buildings will look at. We have a couple of different types of units there, our units that we're proposing, unit type 1 and unit type 2. On the site plan, we're proposing 2 unit type 2s and one 1. Here you can see the different variety of colors that we're implementing within the development, as well as you can kind of see the varying heights of the roof line. It's a combination 2, 3-story building that we're proposing for our apartment units in this facility, as well as, you know, the varying types of heights, building materials that we're using that will help to kind of help this project kind of blend in with the environment in the surrounding area. The next slide, please. Oh, there should have been one more slide. I'll just go through summary. There we go. In summary, this is a 100% rental housing project from an experienced and locally invested company. We're close to amenities, transit, park, and schools, and shopping. The project provides on-site recreation and community space for the residents. The project is located along a travel corridor where jobs are located and provides a mixed use with the proposed hotel on parcel 1. The proposal will provide market rate housing and is requesting a rezone to allow the development to proceed. Based on site analysis, property cannot yield a density above 23 units per acre while meeting most county zoning requirements, parking, on-site amenities, height. Rezoning the property to a maximum of 30 units per acre would allow development of the project development of this project to be feasible. The project has been approved to initiate the general plan amendment and rezone. We are currently working with staff to finalize our development plan, tentative map, parcel map, and our architectural board review submittals with the county. And also the county has recently, in our discussions with them, requested us to file for our SB 33 application, which I'll be doing here shortly. And that concludes that presentation for the Constellation Road.
Thank you. The next presentation is for the representatives from Apollo Way, which is also in Vandenberg Village.
Again, Chair Lavignino, members of the board, my name is Pete Simmons with Urban Planning Concepts. I'm bringing before you the Apollo Way Residence Project located at 3965 Apollo Way in Lompoc, California. Next slide, please. I'm representing the PD Apollo Way LLC, which is again a local residential commercial developer that is investing in Santa Barbara County. They've also, as in the previous presentation regarding Constellation Road, they're proposing that 60-unit development as well as this 302-unit townhome apartment market rate housing development. And this too will also help provide help with the housing that is needed for the future expansion of Vandenberg Space Force Base, as well as help meet the county arena numbers. Next slide, please. Some of the site characteristics, again, the project site is 26.11 acres. Currently, it's one large parcel. We're proposing to divide it into two pieces, one piece being devoted to parcel 1, which will be 17.11 acres, which will be devoted towards the apartment portion of the property, and we are looking to, it's currently zoned for residential DR 12. This other parcel, parcel 2, which will the remaining 9 acres, which is currently zoned general commercial, and we have a proposal to do, we're proposing to do DR 12 townhome housing on that portion of the property. The potential for this property is 313 units. The proposed that we're getting out of the development will be 302 units. Next slide, please. The project site again is 3965 Apollo Way in Lompoc. The adjacent land uses, the north of the site is general commercial, C2. East of the site is the conservation easement, which is the Burton Mesa Chaparral. South of the site is single family residential, 7R1. Next slide, please. And as we saw with the Constellation Road project, we also looked at this project and looked at what was within 3/4 miles radius of the property. Again, with the transit, we'll have there's going to be a bus stop just up the street from this site along Constellation Road. There's also another facility. There's another bus stop location in front of the Village Shopping Center, which are both provided by Colt and provide an hourly bus service. We also have parks with the future county park, which will be just to the north and west of the Constellation Road project, Providence Landing Neighborhood Park, which will be 0.31 miles away, the Providence Landing Park, which will be 0.5 miles away, and the Village Hills Little League Fields, which will be 0.84 miles away. Also within 3¼ miles, we have the Village Market, we have Coastal Hills Credit Union, Buena Vista Elementary School, Maple High School, Village Library, as well as, similar to the Constellation Road project, we have a variety of local businesses and restaurants in the immediate area to help provide those services for residents of the Constellation and the Apollo Way projects. Next slide, please. And again, similar to the Constellation Road, as we're seeing within 5-mile radius of the site, you have some of the major employers of Santa Barbara County: Vandenberg Space Force Base, Allen Hancock College, Lompoc Penitentiary, City of Lompoc, Dinmat Holdings LLC, Lompoc Valley Medical Center, and Santa Barbara County Probation. Next slide, please. And here we can show some of the conceptual townhome designs that we're proposing with, again, some of the varying heights. In the case of this development, we're only proposing 2-story units for both our townhomes and our apartment portions of this project. And you can see we're using a variety of colors. The varying heights kind of helps break up the building massing, as well as helps to break up some of the building, just the frontage look of that with the in and out popping of the different elements that we're seeing there. Next slide, please.
It's going to take a second.
Oh, you're good.
Okay.
And here you'll see some of the more concepts of the apartments, which are similar kind of in look to what we're seeing with the townhomes. Varieties of color, varying heights, varying building materials being used to kind of help blend this in with the surrounding area and help kind of blend in with some of the other development that the Patels are proposing within the area. Next slide, please. And again, this is another 100% rental housing project from an experienced local investor, as well as this project provides close to amenities such as transit, parks, schools, shopping. And then as we looked at and we analyzed this site, based on our analysis, the property cannot yield densities above 12 units per acre while meeting most county zoning requirements, parking, on-site amenities, height. Looking at the rezoning of the property to a maximum of 12 units per acre would allow development of of this project to be feasible. Project has currently been approved to initiate the general plan amendment and rezone, and we're starting to begin the entitlement process by putting together the applications for the development plan, tentative parcel map, Board of Architectural review, as well as we'll be filing for an SB 33 application for this. And this project will be ready to submit within the next 3 months and start through the entitlement process with the County of Santa Barbara. And I just want to thank the county, the Board of Supervisors for giving us the opportunity to present this project before you, and we'll be here for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. The next group presenting represents Key Site 11 in Orcutt.
You can go ahead. Next slide. Oh, no volume. Sorry about that. There's supposed to be some volume, but that's fine. So this is our site here. I'll do a little bit more description in a little bit. Just imagine some really awesome music playing right now. There it goes. Ask and you shall receive. That's great. Thank you. Well, thank you, Board of Supervisors, for this opportunity. We're in the very early stages of design. We are also waiting for the rezone prior to the design development. I think someone else said we don't want to put the cart before the horse, and we're in that same boat. This is a 21.5 acre site. It's a pure infill site along Clark Avenue in between 101 and adjacent to Highway 135. It's surrounded by existing transportation, schools, groceries, and parks. As you can see, the bus stops are in blue, schools are in orange, parks are in green, and there's some existing retail there in the purple. We're right in between the Orchid Creek Trail that goes from the 101 all the way to Black Road. It's in the planning stages, but we're an important part of that trail. It's a public trail that's in the works that the county's been working on. We have a great site because it preserves, it's the preservation of agriculture and it minimizes the environmental impact associated with development that is outside the urban area. We believe that our site meets and exceeds all the rezone criteria and the PEIR requirements, which result in a low VMT. Next slide, please. So one of the biggest challenges of our site is the flood area, the flood zone. So you can see in the aerial there that most of the site is in the flood zone, but we are planning to grade the southern portion of the site and fill the northern portion of the site, and that will create a large, flat, buildable area while maintaining the current flow line in the Orchid Creek. During times of flood, high rain, the proposed sports field would be flooded, similar to other sports fields in the area. But that would only occur in, the 100-year flood type level. But the area that we're creating on the northern portion is going to be 2 feet above the flood line, well out of the way. There's going to be 2 entrances off of Clark. One will be a right in, right out at the northwestern corner, and then you can see right in the middle of the lot, you can see kind of a ramp down from Clark Avenue, right across from Bethany Lane. It's not signalized now, but I imagine it could be in the future. Clark Avenue on the far east side would be about 25 feet higher than the building pad area. So you'll see in later slides as we build a 3-story apartments in that area, the impact visually on Clark will be very low. Next slide, please. We're working with a purely local team, and local, I mean Orchid. We have an architect, Guillermo Perez with Adam Architect, and we have David Chanley of CLAD, who's our civil, who both live and work in Orchid. This is the site plan, which shows the Orchid Creek Trail on the lower portion there. You can see the sports field just above that, and the creek has a pedestrian bridge that goes over it with access to barbecue area and bathroom facilities. The parking accommodates not only the sports field area, but also the apartments and the mixed-use area. The apartments are in yellow, and the mixed-use area is in blue. We wanted to create a project that didn't have a island of apartments on the edge of an urban area. We wanted to incorporate a retail area where people could, by incorporating a small retail hub into the multifamily project, it affords the residents a walkable public space to conveniently grab essentials and local neighbors to enjoy food and services without the concern of parking immediately right in front of the business. We want everyone to not have to drive for every out-of-home need. So by creating the public spaces and plazas along the streetscape, we're able to gather and socialize and engage in recreational activities. We're activating these spaces with seating, greenery, public art, programming, and events to attract pedestrians and foster a sense of community. It is great that we're involving the stakeholders in workshops like these. I said before we're in very early stages, but that ensures that it reflects the needs and the preferences of the community, which is really important to us as locals. Participating the planning and design can help create more inclusive and vibrant environments and promote walking and active transportation. We wanted to create traffic calming features, such as the curb extensions and raised crosswalks and the traffic circle you can see there, to slow down the speed of the traffic and create safe pedestrian areas, which activate human scale environments and promote walking and social interactions. So we're actively pursuing affordable housing as well as market rate housing that's indistinguishable from one another. We haven't quite figured out the mix yet, but like I said, we're in early stages of planning. So with that, I'm going to hand it over. Next slide, please. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Guillermo Perez, our architect. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Jacob. So this is an enlarged site plan of what Jacob just went over. We'll start with the right side, the yellow hatched area. You'll see it represents a 3-story apartment building. And here we would be providing around 100 units of residential apartments. And again, the mix is unclear. It hasn't been defined yet, but on the left side, blue highlighted area, we're going to have the mixed use portion providing 10 to 15,000 square feet of retail and 57 apartment units that are more that are part of the mixed use buildings. By providing both of these products, we can provide additional housing, but still being respectful to the local community, but providing something for the future residences. Next slide, please. This slide shows the 3-story residential elevations. These elevations depict our conceptual representation of the old Orchid oil boomtown. And you can see it in the architectural style. This helps preserve the character and the heritage of the neighbors, but still accommodating the modern needs. The style is of articulated facades with various colors and materials to create a sense of home. Next slide, please. In this slide, you'll see the mixed-use elevations. This also carries the same oil boomtown style as seen in Orchid. These are smaller buildings at a smaller scale, but create a more public and vibrant environment than you would see on the housing portion. The lower level would include the retail spaces where you would see grocery stores, convenient outlets, coffee shops, bakeries, ice cream shops, daycares, etc. The second floor would include the residential units, the 57 we mentioned, for a more urban living lifestyle. And we wanted to provide these mixed-use developments to have a built-in customer base for the tenants, supporting the local businesses and fostering entrepreneurship to the proximity of the residential units, and it ensures a steady flow of potential customers, helping businesses and contribute to the local economy. Next slide, please. Here we have a couple concept perspectives of that main street of the mixed-use portion.
And
Our
we're down.
approach is to,
We only have about 30 seconds left, please.
okay, well.
Next slide.
Next slide, please. Whatever, Jacob.
Here you can see a couple renderings of that mixed-use area and the apartments. Next slide. And here are some inspiration shots of Old Orchid, Los Olivos, and Los Alamos, just to give you a feel for the architecture. So thank you for this opportunity. We look forward to working with you guys on the rezone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next presentation will be for the representatives of Key Site 26, also in Orcutt.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I was tempted to wear a tuxedo as I heard there was a beauty contest taking place today. I want to thank the board and staff for the effort to allow our site and other northern sites to participate in the workshop. As can be seen from this slide, Site 18 is an urban infill site of 27 acres. It is surrounded by extensive transportation infrastructure. It is flat, does not have agricultural value, and has been planned by the community for development since the 1980s. In the middle of a state housing crisis, where many working families are finding it impossible to afford a home, it's the type of site that you drive past and ask yourself, what is this doing here? Next slide, please. I'm Michael Stolte, a local developer. I was born and raised on the Central Coast, and my partner developers, Covelop, have been keystone developers locally for decades. As local developers, we formed a project team comprised of local companies, all of whom have a vested interest in seeing a great project for this community. Next slide, please. Quickly, I want to showcase this slide as the southern sites are getting a lot of attention. However, without proactive housing taking place in the North County, it will quickly reach a similar state as shown by the extensive growth expected in the Santa Maria and Lompoc. Site 18, the largest of the northern sites, stands best positioned to deliver on this need. Next slide, please. Allow me to briefly summarize the historical challenges of this property and elucidate why rezoning it is imperative. Next slide, please. The site was labeled as a key site in the Orchid Community Plan. However, the key site plan is outdated and to this day unusable. Due to the unusable zoning regulations and water policy WAT 02, the site has failed to develop according to the community's 1997 vision. Next slide, please. Additionally, this area is impacted by airport land use zones. In this slide, Zone 2, which is the lighter zone, prohibits housing. The darker zone, which is Zone 4, permits limited housing. The northern sections of Key Site 26, excluded from this housing element, are best utilized for commercial for this reason. Conversely, Site 18 is highly suitable for residential purposes within the housing element. We noted in this image 5 other housing element sites which do fall directly under these flight safety zones. Next slide, please. We have included the ORCID WADO 2 policy, which restricts the site's ability to receive water for commercial services. The City of Santa Maria has provided water for ORCID in order for the county to keep up with its RENA numbers, allowing the site and others to be developed for housing. However, to date, there is no water available for commercial. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. To understand the large potential of the site and at the same time the difficulty of its zoning, in 2003, Walmart purchased the site and was going to put 156, slide above, please. Interesting. Okay, slide below, please. Due to the water challenges for commercial services, the area has been underserved. The slide shows the proximity of commercial services in the neighborhoods in the area. Green sites represent the current commercial hubs, while gray sites represent future commercial hubs. This demonstration shows a key gap in commercial services at Site 26, which if resolved, would reduce traffic and improve quality of life for the surrounding community. Next slide, please. Essentially, zoning constraints, particularly ALUC and WADO 2, severely restrict the site's development potential. Perhaps ironically, annexation into Santa Maria has provided the best solution to provide the mixed-use project the community once envisioned. However, annexation isn't assured. Presently, despite being in the county, the site remains effectively unusable. There's an opportunity to address this by rezoning parts of the property suitable for housing under the housing element, aligning with HCD objectives. Next slide, please. The Richards Ranch annexation represents an endeavor to unlock this puzzle. We aim to honor the community's original version of mixed-use site, providing essential commercial services, facilitated by water from Santa Maria while maximizing housing opportunities in harmony with the area's character. Next slide, please. This slide presents the commercial elevation plans for the project. The center is planned for goods, services, artisanal offerings, and has originally always been planned for childcare services since its inception. Next slide, please. This slide presents a visual of the apartment clubhouse. The design is inspired by ORCID's architecture. We utilized modern agrarian architecture throughout this project. Next slide, please. The project includes 386 apartments aimed at much-needed workforce housing. Richards Ranch is currently engaged with Dignity Health to provide preferred housing for their workforce needs and is in discussion with other large employers locally. Next slide, please. This slide concepts of the project's 100 townhomes. Townhomes, which are desperately needed in the region, were utilized as a gentle density transition to lessen the project's impact on surrounding neighborhoods. Richards Ranch has planned to offer a local preference for Santa Barbara County residents and/or those currently employed in the county. Next slide, please. This is a current elevation for the apartments, which are a 3-story walk-up and well-parked. Next slide, please. Why did we apply for Builder's Remedy? We applied for Builder's Remedy because our site has great potential, but is held back by its commercial zoning. Builder's Remedy is a tool that allows developers to bypass poorly zoned sites that can offer much needed housing. Given an understanding of the site's history, Builder's Remedy's laws were made for sites like ours. Next slide, please. Our Builder's Remedy submission aims to navigate constraints akin to the site annexation plan. However, due to the absence of commercial water, we substantially reduced commercial development. Instead, we maximized residential areas while accommodating airport land use zones. This strategy boosts available units, yielding 156 low or very low income units under our SB 330 application. In this version, townhomes were replaced with affordable housing. Our plan is to collaborate with a local builder specializing in affordable housing to construct units for low and very low income households. Next slide, please. This elevation showcases the planned 4-story complexes situated in the center of the development. As the project moves towards current surrounding neighborhoods, a gradual density transition is implemented with 3-story apartments bordering the perimeter of the property. Next slide, please. I've delved into the intricacies of the site, from its tumultuous history and zoning challenges to our attempts to deliver the project the community envisioned, as well as our ongoing dialogue with the county to offer a viable project within the county. We've left no stone unturned. Ultimately, this workshop and the housing element are about providing people with homes, much needed homes. Presently, our only viable option within the county has been a builder's remedy application, a process necessary to given our constraints, but that stifles our ability to design the best site. We see an opportunity to break free from this impasse and provide a solution for housing. By providing this site as part of the county's housing element rezones, you empower us as landowners to explore alternative approaches beyond the constraints of the stagnant builder's remedy application. This collaborative approach opens the door for us to collectively realize a modern project envisioned by the community since the 1980s. As local developers, we deeply are invested in our community. We are eager to see this vision come to fruition. Next slide, please. Housing Element Site 18 is a true infill parcel surrounded by extensive transportation infrastructure. It is flat, does not have agricultural value, and has been expected for development by the community for a long time. Once rezoned, it can offer much needed homes where its patrons can walk and reside near jobs while not impacting our food supply and beautiful countryside. Thank you for the opportunity to explain why we are requesting a rezone. Next slide, please. We see this as a win-win opportunity for the county and the community. This is Key Site 18. We are MD3 Investments and Covelop. Thank you for your time. We look forward to your questions.
Thank you. The last presentation is by the representatives of the Latter-day Saints project, and also in Orcutt.
Good afternoon, Chair Lavanino, members of the board. I'm Brian Schwartz. I'm very pleased to be here today to represent this project and present to you the Magnolia Apartment Project. Next slide, please. So a little bit about the property owner, Southport Financial Services. They have been around for 30 years. And approximately 30 years, and to date, they've acquired or developed over 20,000 housing units throughout the United States. And about 75% of those units were developed with tax credits or tax-exempt bonds for workforce housing and or affordable housing. In California alone, they own 14 properties comprising over 1,300 units. All of those units are either affordable or workforce housing. Their most recent project, they are actively leasing up 160 workforce units in Santa Maria called the Centennial Gardens Project. That's along Battles Road. And those are all 100% workforce units. Next slide, please. Give you a couple of examples of their work. In 2022, they finished their refurbishment in Salinas of an apartment project and converted that to 100% affordable for senior housing using tax credits. Some of the amenities of the project are listed there. I won't go through all of them, but you will see a rich amenity package with all of their projects that we'll showcase here. Next slide, please. Including the Centennial Gardens project. Again, that one is 160 workforce units. 100% of those are set aside for 70% of area median income or below. That project was approved in 2021. They obtained tax credit funding in 2022, and then immediately started construction after that. The picture on the left of your screen is a rendering that was used during the application process and public hearing process. And then the picture on the right is a recent photo of its construction. So it's currently under construction. You can drive by now and see it. Some of the amenities, the outdoor amenities, are listed there on the screen. I won't list them all for you, but a couple of the notable ones are a soccer field that's shown on that right-hand image, as well as a splash pad, which is located next to one of the two playground areas where water shoots out of the ground for the kids to play in. So rich amenities and great quality and livable environments that Southport produces. Next slide, please. The picture on the bottom is the architectural elevation of the clubhouse, and then the one on top is it actually constructed. Some of the indoor amenities are listed there, and of note, there is free education classes, including professional development classes for adults, as well as tutoring for youth and teenagers as part of the rents and as part of the program for living there. Next slide, please. So that highlights a couple of the more recent projects from them. Now the project site for the Magnolia projects, it's highlighted in red. It's right along Santa Maria Way, at the corner of Santa Maria Way and Waller Lane. This is a great infill site, connects right to infrastructure and roads that are existing. Southport obtained this site just last year. Next slide, please. These are some of the amenities nearby. You have Waller Park, a quarter of a mile away, other parks within a half a mile walk. There's two supermarkets, and this is a 3/4 mile radius. Two supermarkets, there's medical, there's healthcare, schools, there's others that are not listed on here, including banks and restaurants. So there's lots of amenities within a short walk. Next slide, please. This is the conceptual site plan. The current zoning is 8R1, which is 8,000, minimum 8,000 square foot lots, which would produce approximately, at the most, 26 units for the site. The housing element proposes a DR 3040, which would produce about 144 to 193 units. Based on our initial site planning and feasibility, we believe that the site is more appropriate for approximately 130 units, and that would be to try to adhere to most of the county standards. It also produces a more kind of compatible project with the adjacent neighborhood. So we would suggest something more along a density of 20 to 30 units per acre. And again, all of these units proposed would be 100% workforce for 70% area median income or below. Next slide, please. This is the landscape plan. You can see there's a center courtyard with some of the amenities. There'll be a couple of playgrounds there, barbecue area, picnic tables, gazebos with lounge areas and fire pits and just gathering areas. There would be a dog park there. Next slide, please. These are some of the landscape and outdoor amenity images that would be incorporated into the project. I've kind of listed some of those in the previous slide. Next slide. This is one of the architectural elevations. This is we're proposing a craftsman style architecture with different types of siding, horizontal lap siding, board and batten, stucco. Each unit would have a patio and or a balcony with metal railings, composite shingle roofing, variety of earth tone colors. Next slide, please. And this is a rendering. You can see this is looking through the courtyard into the kind of the common gathering area, and you can see the buildings in the background. The indoor amenities, they have approximately a 2,500 square foot clubhouse that would have a kitchen, lounge areas, laundry room, even though each unit would have its own washer dryer hookups for each unit. Computer lab, again, the free education and courses for the adults and the youth, and high efficiency appliances in every unit. Next slide, please. And here's another perspective of that main gathering area with the pergola and the outdoor seating. Some of the other outdoor amenities that I mentioned are listed there. Next slide. There should have been one more slide, but there it is. So in summary, this is 100% of the units would be workforce housing. There would be a 24-hour on-site tenant as well, manager of the property. Again, all of the units would be available 70% area median income or below. So that could range from 70% all the way down to 30%. We could give you a breakdown of some of those percentages during questions. This is from an experienced and locally invested company, close to amenities. Again, we would be proposing a rezone or recommending a rezone of 20 to 30 units per acre, as opposed to the DR 30 to 40. And we're still working on the application package, but we would be ready to submit something shortly after action on the rezoning. Thank you very much for your time, and we look forward to your questions.
Okay, thank you very much. So that closes out the North County applications, or presentations, I'm sorry. We're now going to recess. Well, before we do that, before we recess for 30 minutes to allow you to study the program, the presentations in the North and the South, I'm going to call for general public comment now. If you are not speaking about something that's on today's agenda, so you don't have to wait through all the rest of this, and I'm not really sure what that would be or why you'd still be in this room. But if you are not here to talk about something today, you can come to the mic now, and if there's anybody. Go ahead, sir. And don't try to sneak in your housing thing and try to get out of here early. State your name, please, for the record. Hold on, we'll get your mic on.
Oh.
There you go.
Hey, there we go. Hi, my name is Henry Soria, 36-year resident of Isla Vista. I don't live on the west end. I live in what we call the war zone. And, well, first of all, supervisors, chair, and staff and public, thank you for the opportunity to speak. It was recently brought to my attention in a Newshawk article that one of the sites being considered to be developed...
Sorry, we're not talking about sites today.
Okay.
This is... I'm sure you're down for public comment. This is for anything that we're not talking about today. Today we're talking about housing and siting and all these presentations.
Well,
if you want to talk about fishing off the coast.
No.
I'm
talking
Dodgers
about housing.
or Padres. This is the time to do it.
No. This was a consideration for a housing project in Isla Vista.
Okay.
It was in the Newshawk article basically saying that it was going to be...
So something that's not on one of these projects.
Yeah.
What do you think, Rachel?
I'm known for this.
Mr. Chair and members of the board, if it's not part of the housing element rezone, we can take it in general public.
Okay. You snuck in. So we're doing 2 minutes, by the way. So
no problem. So it was recently brought to our attention that one of the sites being considered to be developed for housing, affordable housing, is in Isla Vista at the community center, which is located at the bottom of the loop in Isla Vista. And it seems to be off the docket, and I'm here to ask that it stay off the docket, because that would be the elimination of a public gathering spot for the community of Isla Vista. The community center has undergone a lot of changes for the better, and it is a fantastic place for the community to meet. Another thing about affordable housing for the workforce, let's be truthful. If you build affordable housing for the workforce in Isla Vista, they're not going to want to live there. It's too noisy, it's too crowded. It'll eventually become student housing. This is a function of the long-range development plan that UCSB has, which was spoken about earlier in terms of the amount of beds and heads that they want to cater to. Like I said, it's off the docket to build on there. From what I understand, there's not much support for it, but I'm just here to simply ask that it stay off the docket because the community of Isla Vista doesn't need that project in the middle of town. It doesn't benefit anyone. It's just going to benefit a demographic that is really, it's already being catered to by the LRDP plan. So anyway, I just wanted to express that, and thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Okay, so 30 minutes from now is 5:42, so why don't we come back at 5:40, and you can go out into the, yes, ma'am.
Might I be able to
Are you
speak?
speaking about something not on today's agenda?
Not on the agenda. This is regarding a
And we're going to
rezone
have
for
public
another
comment
piece of property.
after we go look at all these things. So,
Okay, great.
So it's
Thank you.
30 minutes. We're going to check out stuff here in North County, and we'll be back in a half hour. Okay, upon further review, we're only going to take a 15-minute break. Some of you have already had the opportunity. I know North County hasn't had the opportunity to go through and look at the project, so they're going to do that there. You guys can do whatever you'd like on your break, and we'll be back in 15 minutes at 5:30. All right, welcome back. We ended up having, there's one other project in North County that did not get on the schedule. And so I'm going to kick it down to Supervisor Nelson. And I believe it's Mr. Tom Martinez would like to make the presentation.
Yeah, let me just, thank you, Chair Lavanino, Supervisor Nelson
Chair
here.
Lavanino and members of the board, my apologies. We cannot hear North County at the moment, so if we can get North County unmuted.
Can you guys hear me now?
Can we test Santa Maria?
Testing, 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 testing. Are we there yet?
Tom, can you try to talk?
I'm trying to
Okay, can you hear me on the mic?
Neither one. Yeah. Can you act it out?
And Supervisor Nelson, are you, is your microphone on?
It is on. It is on. We're trying to, it's on.
Okay, there we go.
There we go. Thank
Can
you.
hear us now? Great.
Yep.
Yes,
Okay.
we can.
Well, I was just going to kick it off that we also have an additional site. You know, the North County projects weren't necessarily anticipating being a part of the beauty pageant. So, you know, a lot of them have scrambled, and thank you guys all for scrambling to get going and presenting today. But I understand the Boys and Girls Club property at Union Valley Parkway in Hummel kind of found out late. I think this is last week, and I wanted to quickly make a presentation to us.
That's correct. Good afternoon, Honorable Board of Supervisors. My name is Tom Martinez, local architect and lifelong resident of Santa Maria. I've served in various capacities with the Boys and Girls Club for over 35 years, currently sit as the vice chair of the Foundation Board of Directors. We purchased the Orchid Aquatics property on Hummel Drive last year with hopes of developing a Boys and Girls Club facility. Construction costs, what they are these days, along with the developer's fees, have made that a challenge to date. We would respectfully request your consideration of rezoning this entire property to a higher density. Rezone would go a long way in allowing us to develop the property for a new facility. Our outlined plans would be to sell off half or 3/4 of the property, and from those proceeds, develop the remaining property with a club and gymnasium to serve the Orchid youth. About 20 years ago, we tried a joint venture with Yo-Yo, but could not get a long-term commitment from the group, so we abandoned those ideas. Currently, our sports programs have 635 Orchid youth in our basketball leagues, 94 in our basketball summer leagues. Gymnasiums are used at Orchid Junior High and Lakeview, Guadalupe, and Santa Maria locations. Our goal is to serve the youth of the entire valley, and this rezone would go a long way in getting us a facility that could possibly be debt-free as to better serve the youth of the Orchid area and the Santa Maria Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, Madam Clerk, how many, we're moving right now into public comment, and
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we have 21 requests to speak.
okay, and I'm going to close additional roll of public comment. So we have these 21 speakers. Used to have a sign on my desk. It said, key to a great speech is to have a good beginning and a good ending and keep them as close together as possible. So we're going to do 2 minutes, and we'll see how well everybody can do. Madam County Counsel.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'm just confirming about whether or not the board has any questions.
Oh,
It may have already
okay.
been addressed, but I might want to do that before
Yep.
public comment.
Anybody have any questions before public comment? About any of
I have
the...
a bunch of, Supervisor Lavanio.
Okay. Why don't you lead off?
Well, I've got a bunch of questions, but I was going to wait till after public comment for those. Or will there be time to ask questions after public comment?
Sure. Why don't we'll do public comment first. We'll come back for questions. So let's lead off with our first public commenter, 2 minutes.
Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we are going to begin in Santa Maria with Tim Murphy to be followed by Tom Martinez, although did we just hear?
I believe that was, Bob, if you just can confirm, Supervisor Nelson, those were the folks presenting for the Boys and Girls Club.
That was half the presentation. The other half will actually go in public comment.
Okay. So whoever has the second half, come forward and identify yourself, please.
Great. So we will remain in Santa Maria with Tim Murphy to be followed by Tom Martinez.
All righty. Yeah, Tom just spoke, so he's already done, and I'll try and keep this brief. Thank you, Board of Supervisors for giving me this chance to address today. My name is Tim Murphy. I've been a member of the Boys and Girls Club Board of Directors for 25 years. During that time, I've seen the club turn into one of the premier youth organizations in the Santa Maria Valley. We serve youth in Santa Maria, Orchid, and Guadalupe, as well as North County. As Tom mentioned, we've been trying to get a Orchid facility for quite some time. We've been unable to do it. With the acquisition of the property on Hummel Drive, we've got a unique opportunity to accomplish not only the club's goal of building a facility in Orchid, but also providing housing for low and middle income families who basically are the parents of the people who attend our club. Property in Hummel Drive, I've looked at the rezone criteria. We're looking at low and moderate income housing. We've been in discussions with People Self-Help about them possibly being the developer on the property and being a nonprofit group. We would have an on-site recreation community space as well as sports fields in the retention basin. So essentially it'd end up being a mixed-use project. We're open to the idea of protecting it as low and moderate income company or property into the future. So by approving our rezone of our property, board will be providing our club with the much needed funds to build a Boys and Girls Club in Orchid, and will be also providing housing for the community at large. Thank you.
We will remain in Santa Maria with Dan Lillard, to be followed by Richard Ranch. Dan?
Good evening. My name is Dan Lillard. I've been a resident of Santa Maria Valley for virtually my entire life. I grew up going to school in Orchid, and I'm now raising my family here. I currently own and operate an insurance agency in the Santa Maria Valley as well. Over the last 20 years, I've been an avid supporter of the Boys and Girls Clubs of Santa Maria Valley. And over the last 7 years, I've served as on the board of directors for the Boys and Girls Clubs of the Mid-Central Coast. I'm currently serving as board chair and over the last few months, the interim CEO. As you have already heard from Tom and Tim, we came to own the property on Hummel Drive in the last couple of years with the intent on bringing youth development services to the Orchid area. This has been our goal for many years. We currently provide a number of programs that benefit the youth of Santa Maria and Orchid along the Central Coast. In Orchid, our programs are centered around youth sports with hopes of expanding into after-school programming, as well as a physical clubhouse for the youth to attend. The property on Hummel gives us the opportunity to do just that. Should a portion of the Hummel property be rezoned, it would allow us to sell that portion to a notable developer and provide the club the funds to reinvest directly into the community where the property sits. Orchid has many different community needs, as mentioned in the rezoning criteria. Our project would be able to meet all of these criteria and help expand a variety of youth development programs in the area. Our plan would include a new clubhouse on site, outdoor recreation area, indoor recreation area, and a community service center that could be used for a variety of capacities for the Orchid residents. Our goal is to reinvest these funds, is to reinvest these funds directly into Orchid, and it would help set up the Orchid youth development programming for the next 50 years. A true reinvestment with an impact for the next several generations. Thank you.
We will remain in Santa Maria with Richard Ranch, and then we will return to Santa Barbara with Kristen Miller. Richard?
Madam Clerk, I think the Richards Ranch is the Key Site 26 project. So I think they already made a presentation.
Thank you. We will return to Santa Barbara with Kristen Miller, to be followed by Ken Triguero. Kristen?
Hello, Chair Lavanino and supervisors. I'm Kristen Miller, President and CEO of the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce, representing businesses from Goleta to Carpinteria. I'm here today to talk about the Chamber's work on an employer-sponsored housing consortium as it aligns with the rezoning process and to show support for the projects which have partnered with us on this topic. The program is a self-help initiative to allow local employers to guarantee access to new housing for their workforce. The property owners and employers work together through the Chamber to ensure that a significant number of new housing units are going to our local workforce, people who already live here or who are significant contributors to our local economy. The Chamber wrote The Road Home to lay out our vision for 10,000 units of housing over 10 years. We believe that this number constitutes success in providing enough housing for the continued vitality of our local economy. The sites we support are listed in the back of the Road Home booklet, and 4 of those proposed sites, which are in the county unincorporated area, are enthusiastic participants in our employer-sponsored housing consortium program. The initial success of this program relies heavily on the rezoning of sites looking to partner with the employer-sponsored consortium. Once we have proof of concept with our initial partnerships, we expect that interest in this collaborative model will only grow. And once our partner properties are rezoned, we can move forward with the creation of the administrative and legal entities needed to manage the relationship between the employers and properties. The 4 partners in the county are Glen Annie, San Marcos Ranch, Homes at the Caird Family Property, and the Orchard Project, Georgie. The Chamber is grateful to the Glen Annie team and owners, without whom we would have not gotten this far. They are acting as the Chamber's pilot program and have worked with us from the beginning. Rezoning all of these properties will be key to providing workforce housing in the county.
And if I may, I just had a comment and a question. First of all, thank you for all the work that you've done. If we have to build housing, we want it to go to our local workforce, and you've really provided the missing link to help make that happen. Could you describe for us the kinds of employers you're talking to?
We are working with employers at all levels. Of course, larger employers tend to be right at the table for this, but small businesses as well are looking for ways to help their workforce, and so they are included. Right now, we have just over 20 local employers of varying sizes who are signing up to participate in the consortium. We have done the math that these 20 represent about 26,000 local employees, which is about 10% of the Santa Barbara County labor force. So we do think this will be a significant contribution. Thank you.
We will now go to Ken Triguero, and my apologies, I believe it's Ron Riley and not Richard Ranch in Santa Maria, so we're going to go back to Santa Maria to complete Santa Maria public comment. Ken?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair and members of the board. Ken Triguero with People's Self-Help Housing, a local nonprofit. A lot of you know us, not everybody does. I'll just say a couple of things here if you don't mind. Okay, we've got over 3,000 homes that we've developed. We do work that's very similar to the Housing Authority, and you heard some of that. We also do, in addition to rental housing, home ownership. About a third of those homes that we've developed are in home ownership. We are excited here, and kudos to you for being so serious and committed to this work here. We're supportive of a number of these projects. We're really focused on the Caird property. We've got like-minded folks, local roots like ourselves. We're a community-based nonprofit with Chadmar Group having local roots as well. These are the key ingredients for success. A couple questions came up I thought I would mention already. Could we serve farm workers here? That's a group that we are real passionate to serve. We believe we can. There's some good resources for that. Another one is, could we do low and moderate income for home ownership? We do believe we can. We're working on a couple new models. That's been complicated, but we're figuring out that, and maybe we can cluster some of those. That was another question that came up. So we're really looking forward to studying and exploring this with these community-minded partners. Here for questions later too. Thanks.
We are now going to return to Santa Maria with Ron Riley, and then we will come, thank you, come back to Santa Barbara with Dan Dura. Ron?
Terrific, thank you. So I am Ron Riley. I'm an Orchid resident, and I'm here today to speak in support of the rezoning conversation. Rezoning, it's a land use tool that the county can use to find the, navigate the delicate balance between state legislation and local control, state housing legislation. And specific example, the Richards Ranch proposal, which is I'm basically on the other side of if you take Hummel over to Foster is where I'm at. It's walkable for my family. Includes this commercial component that, again, walkable for us is very compelling. The housing is really something that the surrounding area really needs. And I've reviewed the designs. I think it's a smart plan. I think it's the right location. It's true that Orchid has a limited number of commercial options. Having something that's that near is really, for my family, very compelling, like I said. And so this location's been vacant for far too long. People pass by it all the time and wonder what's going to happen there. It's not contributing anything at the moment, and it could contribute to some of the problems that we're having in the community as far as housing and adding that commercial element. So by rezoning, you can open a nice project for the community. I'm in support. Thank you.
We will now return to Santa Barbara with Dan Gerard to be followed by Craig Minos. Dan?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you for holding this workshop, and thank you for pursuing affordable housing so strongly. It's something we very badly need. I'm the 2nd District representative, one of them, for CRATAC, and on the 11th of this month, CRATAC voted to send 5 maps to the County Planning Commission regarding amendments to the county's park, recreation, and trail maps, one of your primary tools for park and trail planning. I'd like to also note that CRATAC was delighted to see your board adopt a criteria that public parks and public trails would be one of the site selection criteria for the rezones. And CRATAC wholeheartedly supports the Glen Annie proposal because it clearly has major park benefits, no matter what other issues might be with it. We also are very happy to see Mr. Care's proposal for 10 acres plus of open space in South Patterson. So that was good. CRATAC was unaware, we also have recommendations for Vandenberg Village and Mission Hills, which will be included. CRATAC was unaware that Keyside 11 had ball fields. I'm sure everybody would have been delighted with that. I want to note we've been joined by the 4th and 5th District Park Commissioners at both of our last 2 meetings because the Park Commission doesn't have a quorum currently. So they've actively participated and supported these map changes. I did want to note that, putting my personal hat on, that I've had the privilege of helping this board plan 13,000 units of housing in this county. Along with that housing came 850 acres of public open space, 5 public parks, and 25 miles of trails, the vast majority of recreation provided for county residents in the last 30 years. Housing element's a huge opportunity. And so thus, I think I was deeply disappointed to see so many of the projects come forward today and ignore your board's criteria about public parks and public trails. Just for example, in the San Marcos agricultural area, the 7,000 new residents in that area would need 30 acres of public parks, not private facilities, but public parks under county standards, and 14 miles of public trails under CRATAC's recommended standards. Obviously, there are no parks proposed in that area, which is in a park desert, if you will. So those are my comments, and thank you again for your work on this issue.
We will now go to Craig Minos to be followed by Diane Black. Craig?
Good afternoon. My name is Craig Minos, and I serve as the Executive Director for the Coastal Housing Coalition, a nonprofit organization that advocates for workforce housing. My board of directors is made up of land use and housing experts who have been advocating for more housing on the Central Coast for over 2 decades. We commend this board for your work in fulfilling the rezone obligations. However, I'm here today to express our concern over this workshop. As we understand it, the purpose of the workshop is to hopefully have owners of the rezone sites make verbal development commitments about their properties in order to be rezoned. While we support good community planning, the county has no authority at this juncture to enforce these verbal commitments. The process proposed by the board is not included in the housing element, and ultimately state law dictates affordability requirements. In other words, there's nothing the county could do if one of these owners verbally commits today to developing a park, for example, but then refuses to follow through with that commitment in the future after the rezone has occurred. We don't make these comments to suggest that's what the owners are doing. We make this comment because the public perception is that the county can require these owners to do more than what is required by the state. And we're concerned that the public may believe that the board should pick and choose one project over another, given the commitments proposed today. This misperception could lead to public opposition to housing in the future, and as housing advocates, we work to lessen opposition to housing. Our 3 suggestions for the board today: use today's workshop as a way to envision rezoning for housing on all of these sites. Rather than attempt to extract unenforceable commitments, The county should be spending its time developing policies and programs as quickly as possible for the housing element. And remember, the track record in the county and statewide is that rezoning a property residential does not create housing on its own. Housing development occurs at extremely slow rate given entitlement, permitting processes, cost difficulties, and construction timeline itself. For this reason, when the time comes, the board should be voting, let me emphasize, voting to rezone as many of the potential rezone sites as possible. Thank you.
We will now go to Diane Black, to be followed by Jessica Wishan Dulabra. Diane?
Supervisor Lavanino, members of the board. My name's Diane Black, and I'm here representing the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara. Thanks so much for scheduling this workshop to gain a better understanding of what could occur as a result of these proposed rezones. My comments really focus on the South County, which is our area of jurisdiction. It's very interesting to see the proposed plans, and we're really encouraged to see some family units and some for sale units rather than all rental 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. So that's my positive. However, based on these plans, the League remains concerned about the assumptions in the balancing tool. The model assumes on all but the largest sites that units would be on average 50% lower income, 25% moderate, and 25% above moderate or market. None of these projects meet that, not one. And even without one rezone, the county's already 801 units above the market rate target that's set forth for the South County. The rezones will result in significant overdevelopment of market rate units called for by RENA. The League strongly recommends that the county immediately investigate additional sites owned by the county and other public agencies for affordable housing. Given the likely low production of affordable housing from the rezones, we believe that and fully expect that additional rezones will be necessary, and we hope that you're positioned to deal with those in a way that reduces the oversupply of market rate units. Thank you again for scheduling this hearing.
We will now go to Jessica Wishan Dulabra, to be followed by Nick Henderson. Jessica?
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica, and I proudly serve as the CEO of Habitat for Humanity of Southern Santa Barbara County. And we are on our 24th year of building homes, communities, and hope in the South County. Our local work includes building new homes and selling them at an affordable mortgage for those who are low income. And we also work on housing preservation through our home repair program. Thank you so much to the Board of Supervisors for your focus on optimizing greater degrees of affordable housing within this valuable rezoning process. A key component of Habitat's model is community engagement and partnership. And to that end, we appreciated the opportunity recently to explore opportunities for partnership with the owners of Glen Annie and their dedication to 23 to 31% of affordable units within their housing community, building a true community benefit that not only will serve those who live there, but the greater neighborhoods. Again, our community is in dire need for more affordable housing, and we thank you so much for your investment in this process.
We will now go to Nick Henderson, to be followed by Kim Miller. Nick?
Good evening, Chair, Board of Soups. I'm Nick Henderson with Cottage Health. Cottage believes affordable workforce housing and the communities we serve is essential to the health of our communities. We think it's critical across the county, even more so in South County, where inventory is severely limited, both rental and for sale units, and the median house price is over $2 million. Very few people who work in our communities earn enough to enter the real estate market here. We've had great success with our project up at Bella Riviera. We've developed 81 units that are for our employees for as long as we can imagine, and there's a lengthy wait list that comes with owning one of those. We support adding more affordable for sale units for our employees, ideally close to our facilities so they can walk or bike to work. Projects that can guarantee quality homes that are deed restricted by cost and income, or deed restricted as workforce housing should be prioritized in order to provide local housing options for the people that serve our community. Local housing helps us recruit. I think it helps everybody recruit. More importantly, it helps us retain. And that's what we want for the community healthcare workers that we employ. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a question because I've certainly been, certainly admire what Cottage has done, and I think it really sets an incredible example for other employers. Can you dispel the myth that it's a money loser for an employer to spend money this way, spend their own funds creating housing? Or can you just talk a little bit, I spoke with your president just briefly, but of how you're able to afford to do that, any kind of model of that is in terms of your own financial commitment?
I think short-term development, depending on how they're priced to sell, could be a money loser in the short term. I think long-term, the 140 employees that have owned a house up there for over 12 years and have, dedicated their careers to us, I think more than probably pays for it.
For Cottage?
For Cottage.
That's what I meant to say. Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you.
We will now go to Kim Miller to be followed by Craig Lewis. Kim?
Good evening. Our family's been farming in this, in the San Marcos, Hollister area for over 100 years, and so we're sort of very sad to see all this building going on around us. Kind of, it seems like a lot's being concentrated in our particular block, and the traffic on San Simeon Road, I don't know if you've ever been on the Old San Marcos Road, is very small 2-lane road, and they're talking maybe 2,000 extra trips. That's just in housing that they're not, let alone not the housing that's already there and the school that's on the corner. So I have big concerns about the parking, the traffic, and also being zoned. I mean, if everybody's going to be rezoned, we don't have any plans, but are you going to rezone the whole neighborhood? Or, because I don't think we would want to keep our agricultural zoning if that's the case. So thank you for your time.
We will now go to Craig Lewis to be followed by Ethan Woodall. Craig?
Chair Levignino, Supervisors, my name is Craig Lewis. I am the Executive Director of the Clean Coalition, which is a very technical Santa Barbara-based nonprofit. Our mission in life is to accelerate the transition to renewable energy and a modern grid. And we do a lot of work around what are known as solar microgrids in order to provide an unparalleled trifecta of economic, environmental, and resilience benefits to the facilities that have solar microgrids. The best example here in the Santa Barbara area is the Santa Barbara Unified School District projects. There's 14 sites that got solar over the past few years. 6 of those sites are full solar microgrids, which means that the critical loads at those sites will never, ever turn off. And the rest of the loads will be maintained for significant percentages of time. So the resilience piece is very, very important to the Clean Coalition, but we know that the economic piece is important to everybody. I was very impressed with all of the projects that I saw today, and I would like to encourage the leadership, the county leadership, county staff, and also the project teams to think about solar microgrids as part of their projects, fundamental to their projects. The Clean Coalition is currently working with Santa Barbara Humane, which is about a year ahead of these projects that we've heard about today. We got involved with the project team at the start for a full state-of-the-art solar microgrid at that facility. In terms of residential, the economics are very attractive, so I want these project teams to get involved from the economic side and provide resilience for their residents for free. And also to, obviously get the environmental benefits for their tenants and everybody, right, the whole community. I think I will leave it at that since I'm out of time. Thank you.
We will now go to Ethan Woodall to be followed by Joni Fultz. Ethan? Is Ethan here? All righty. We will now go to Joni or Joanne Fultz? Joanne to be followed by Jerry Fultz.
Thank you, Supervisors and Planning Commission. We live in the San Marcos Thunderbird track, and although we're concerned, we know that we need to have more housing in our area, but the San Marcos growers, the Montessori school, the tandem property, the high density, everyone in that particular area is very concerned with the high density, but not only that, but with the 2 or 3 story apartment buildings that will be literally in some of my neighbors' backyards along the San Simeon Road, and also the road on that San Patrice, I believe is the name of it. So the high density is a big concern for us, as well as the traffic along San Simeon Road, which will also be opened up from El Camino School to Turnpike. And I see at the plans that there's not a whole lot of inner talk between the developers on what they're going to do with San Simeon Road all the way through. And that needs to be wider, and then also perhaps maybe a roundabout, because it's going to be a lot of traffic. I would really like to see, instead of the low-income housing, the 200-unit, 3-4 apartment building, be more of affordable for work housing units, because that is not going to be. One of the people said that this is a good fit for the neighborhood. These potential buildings is not compatible with our current neighborhood. So please go slowly, and I know it's well needed, but the density in this one little area with the traffic and everything, we're all very concerned. Thank you for your time. Good evening.
We will now go to Jerry Foltz, to be followed by Lynette Spivak.
I agree with everything my wife said.
And you are the smartest man in here.
We will now go to Lynette Spivak, to be followed by Jonathan Cornelius. Lynette?
Thank you. Thank you for a moment of your time today. My name is Lynette Spivak. I am the CEO of Central Coast Aquatics. We are pleased to see the county considering many options to provide low and middle income housing to support our local economy. I'm speaking up today in support of the properties that are providing what they call open space and are willing to partner with Central Coast Aquatics, a grassroots effort in our community. We are raising funds to build an incredible aquatics complex here in the Santa Barbara area that will be open to the entire community. Although I love that pools were considered in many of these developments, this does not address the relationship between low income and the inability to afford swim lessons and water safety. And we have a big concern about that here in Santa Barbara County. Approximately 40% of the kids don't even have access to community pools. I would like to take this opportunity to ask you to consider a state-of-the-art aquatics facility as part of the master plan in one of these open spaces. Developers will be building somewhere in our county to comply. I know traffic, environmental, water, and density concerns, among other issues, will be raised, but we encourage you to consider an aquatics facility as part of your master plan. There was recently a recreational survey completed, and it did include that an aquatics facility was both wanted and needed. It was in the top 3 in a survey that the County Planning Office did. I also would like to include in this aquatics facility a rehabilitation center and partner with Cottage Hospital, UCLA Health, and Sansum to bring rehabilitation aquatics environments to this community. And I think that, I believe that this is our best chance and opportunity to work with you all, the landowners, and our nonprofit to bring this aquatics facility to fruition. So thank you for your time today.
We will now go to Jonathan Cornelius, to be followed by Craig Gensler. Jonathan?
Hello, my name's Jonathan Cornelius. I'm from 745 Glen Annie, which is immediately adjacent to the Glen Annie Golf Course. I represent, it's Glen Annie Organics, it's a ranch. Uh, Unfortunately, I'm here in support of the other projects, but not the Glen Annie Golf Course, from the impacts it would cause on the local area as well as our ranch. We have hired an attorney who responded to the draft EIR that the county staff presented. I appreciate how staff presented the balancing tool because thankfully there's more properties proposed than what is necessary to meet HCD's requirements. And because of that, I would ask that you remove Glen Annie from the rezoning process. We have gone out and we hired our own traffic engineer. Because of the isolation of Glen Annie from community services, our traffic engineer determined that that would create 187,000 additional vehicle miles traveled per day. There is no community services within an immediate area of that location. The nearest grocery store is the Albertsons off of Santa Felicia in Hollister. That has to bypass one of the most trafficked and heavily congested intersections in the area, which is Hollister and Stork. The next nearest grocery store is the Sprouts off of Patterson and Calle Real. The infrastructure in the area doesn't support the amount of traffic and that area will incur. Goleta doesn't have the capability to support that amount of increased traffic. Cathedral Oaks is 2 lanes, 1 lane in each direction. Stork is 1 lane in each direction. That intersection of 101 and Stork is already backed up at all hours of the day. I would invite you to go out in front of that intersection when Dos Pueblos is starting school or is ending school, and you will see traffic halfway, all the way almost to Los Caneros and almost backed up to the 101. There is no way almost 2,000 units can get dropped there and not overwhelm the area in that existing infrastructure. I would kindly ask you to not consider Glen Annie and remove it from the rezone. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Craig Gensler to be followed by Mark Lloyd. Craig?
Hi there. You made some excellent points. I'm still surprised how Glen Annie, I'm sorry, I'm against it. How it even made the list. It bothers me that you want to destroy a community asset to build on it. The selection of sites, why not pick some place that you can just build on? That's just crazy. And another point, if you destroy the golf course, it's not like they build golf courses all the time, but they will constantly be building buildings everywhere all the time. So and it's quite a nice asset. And another point to him about traffic, one of the main entrances to the building site is Alameda. Alameda is a residential street that goes right in front of the high school. So that's the main entrance. And even if you go over and pick Glen Annie, all the points he made is true. And the other thing about traffic you got to watch out for, which is rather scary, is if you're on the freeway and you go to get off at Glen Annie, I didn't worry about it until I had to slow down and stop on the freeway. That is scary. Honest, you guys should do it once. That's about my points. I just don't think that's the right place. I think there's other places that you should pick. A building, I understand we need to build, but not there. Thank you.
We will now go to Mark Lloyd to be followed by Nancy Avachi. Mark?
Mr. Chair, honorable board members, my name is Mark Lloyd, and I represent the Santa Barbara Biltmore owner. When the county commenced its housing element, we put in a letter of interest to have an affordable housing site on one of the Santa Barbara Biltmore parking lots. We had committed to build up to 60 units, of which we would do not 20, not 30% affordable, but 50% affordable. And the staff made a determination with the Biltmore parking lot having a zone district that allows multifamily. We're not involved in any of the zone changes. Unfortunately, our operator has said that we can't put that site on the parking lot area due to logistics and operations of the hotel facility. So we are electing to put it on an adjacent 1.5-acre property next door and intend to submit an affordable housing project along the lines that we committed to in our letter of interest to the county here in the near future for an affordable project in Montecito at the Santa Barbara Biltmore complex. There's a lot of housing going elsewhere. Up to 60 units is not a large number in the context of the other sites that you're considering, but we believe that it is a meaningful contribution for the Montecito Community Plan area and likely will be the largest affordable housing project in Montecito. I'm here to answer any questions you have, but just wanted to share this information with you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We will now go to Nancy Avachi to be followed by Linda Honigman, who is our final speaker. Nancy?
Hi, my name is Nancy Avos, and I'm actually here on behalf of Santa Barbara County Action Network, SBCAN. We'd like to emphasize the need for the county to use every means possible to ensure that this county have the maximum possible development of low and moderate income housing units. We want to prioritize upzoning sites that accommodate maximum affordable housing units or workforce housing units. We encourage a lasting partnership between developers and the Housing Authority to continue to foster efforts to address the urgent needs of our workforce in our community. And lastly, we encourage more opportunities for potential future residents of these communities to provide input like me, who tend to be working at this time. Thank you for your time.
We will now go to Linda Honigman, who is our final speaker.
Thank you, supervisors, for hosting this workshop. I'm Linda Honigman, co-founder of Future Housing Communities. In the first letter I submitted, I encouraged stakeholders to think of our future in 2031 and how we can get to a more equitable county with pro-community and pro-environment neighborhoods. We don't have final numbers for total units in each income level planned, but we will have a lot more small, expensive apartments than units that offer security for locals of all family types. I am happy to see positive changes by the development teams of Glen Annie, Georgie, and Caird Eckwell, who have listened to the public and supervisors Capps Hartman and Commissioner Briley to get closer to what we need. Glen Annie in particular provides a stunning list of amenities available to the public, plus preservation of open space and a variety of rentals and for sale units. The second letter I submitted focuses on the Hollister-San Marcos area where I live. Sadly, I'm not seeing a lot of vision for the 5 builders' remedy and potential upzone parcels, with the exception of 200 units in San Marcos Parcel 2, controlled by the County Housing Authority, who are planning for seniors with elevators and affordable units for the missing middle. I want to thank the 60 neighbors who met for 7 hours of talks about how we could reverse what could be a grim future. Here are the priorities from our neighbor survey. Protection of open space for walks, bikes, and animal corridors. Family housing with more than 2 bedrooms and room for cars. Help for lease to own or first-time buyers. Reduction of upzones to 20 units per acre when several projects are next to each other. We believe that San Marcos Ranch, Montessori, and McCloskey land should have a density closer to 20 units, which is similar to most other current plans for larger parcels like Georgie. Georgie also has a more realistic parking plan, which I was happy to see. We would also like public parks of different sizes for a variety of recreation, a plan that makes tree canopies and drought-tolerant landscapes a priority, playgrounds for children, housing for low and moderate income workers who are local, seniors who require single-level units, and we would like neighborhood themes such as community gardens and food production. You should also hear from potential new neighbors, such as the millennials who are entering their home formation years, who may not currently see a reason to stay in the area. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes public comment for today.
All right. Okay, so I'll bring it back to the board for any questions, comments. Supervisor Capps, why don't you lead off?
Thank you. I'm so pleased that we did this hearing. I know it's been a long day, but I just am grateful for all the work that has gone into this, and because this is just a huge step forward in terms of transparency so that the public can learn about all these projects and what promises are being made. I've said it on the dais before, but affordability is by far the top priority. It was stated by the League of Women Voters, we do not need to rezone any market rate housing. We've already fulfilled that in our requirements from the state. So it's really all about affordability. It goes without saying, we know that real estate and rents have skyrocketed in recent years, up 30+%, whereas wages have stayed the same. So people are really hurting. I wish more of those people had a chance to participate in this hearing today via Zoom, but here we are with so many people that have participated this way, and I'm pleased to see that. So I just want to, this is getting to a question, but I just need to emphasize, I heard some promising things on affordability, and I've met with each of you, of the developers, to really make that case of how incredibly important it is that we don't just do the bare minimum, that we actually serve our community and those that we that are the backbone of our economy, the backbone of our community, the kind of community that I grew up in Santa Barbara, where teachers could afford to live here, where healthcare workers could afford to work here. That's not the reality anymore. So I'm getting to my question. It was raised by Mr. Minus. How do we know that these promises of affordability will stick? It's kind of a question I'm looking at Director Plowman, and I've brought this up before, this is a huge step forward to make sort of these declarations in public and towards accountability in my mind. But once the rezone is granted, is there a letter of intent? Is there something more that we can be doing to ensure that what we're hearing today, if granted by this board, actually sticks and becomes a reality for the working people that really need it?
Supervisor Capps through the chair. So there are some limits on what we can require of the development of community. I mean, certainly the board could request a letter of intent, and the property could be rezoned. You could even enter into development agreements on some sites. But if they decide not to move forward with that particular agreement, then that agreement moves, is invalid at some point. So we can't lock it in the process that we're in now. The only way in which you can lock something in is through a change in our ordinances, requiring certain levels of affordability, perhaps on a particular site. That would be the one way you could lock it in.
Yeah, so again, that's one of the goals of this hearing, was to just have this out in the public so that hopefully there's that pressure of accountability in that regard, given the limitations. But I would be interested in some sort of letter of intent, if we can explore that later down the line. My next question is for any of the developers who are currently at Builder's Remedy. I heard some promising things about if you came in under a Builder's Remedy project but are granted the rezones, that you would keep the affordability percentage. I believe that was Tatum and maybe the first one, but I just wanted to kind of toss that out there. If there's others, and Glen Annie, I understand. I'm sorry, not Glen Annie, excuse me, I'm getting a little confused. But if there's any Builder's Remedy projects that are currently builders, but if they are granted a rezone, if you're committing, I just want to understand, are you still committing to the 20%? Yeah? Do you mind just, I don't know how to.
Do you want to raise
or
your
more,
hands?
20% minimum. Yes, thank you.
Come on up.
Hi there, Brent Little. So I can answer your question about
Thank you.
Tatum, and thank you for asking. If we submit if we're a rezone property and we submit for the increase in units, we go above what our Builder's Remedy application is and our SB 330 application, so it wouldn't apply. So the application would become null and void.
Okay, and you're making that commitment.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, Supervisor Capps.
Hi.
John Blair, San Marcos Ranch. Yes, we would maintain the same level of affordability. It's our preference to work with the county
Yes.
and not go the builder's remedy route. So friendly builder's remedy, I guess is what we call it, but we would keep the same percentages.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Capps, Greg Wrights with the Montessori Project and Rethink Development. Our commitment was in the builder's remedy it's 20% low income. Our commitment was to shift our affordability to meet the missing middle. So we would take on more of the moderate income units because that's more difficult to have. You can't get subsidies for it. So what we were talking about was going from 69 units under a builder's remedy to 115 deed restricted affordable units, of which about 2/3 would be targeted at the moderate income level, with some at lower income and some at the target moderate income level.
And you had mentioned, which was development since we last met, of potentially setting aside some units for the Montessori staff, which I think is
Yes, absolutely. We are looking at how we can legally do that. We think there's several
Sure.
ways to achieve that
Okay.
for Montessori staff. And then if we can expand that, we're interested in the Chambers program, for example, for the local housing, but also for other employers of low-income folks and other teachers and school staff.
Thank you. And that brings me to my next sort of open-ended question here, because we, as the board, has identified a strong priority of local preference and working within the law to do that. I heard some good things today about partnerships with Santa Barbara Unified. I think I have Tatum and Glen Annie in that category. I wanted to see if it's okay to ask Kristen Miller to just, again, repeat which of the projects are working already within the consortium. Is that all right? I could have asked that at the time, but I bring you back up.
I'm happy to. And there are some who are working with us, but they're not in this county rezone program. But right now, our list is Glen Annie, San Marcos Ranch, homes at the Cairn family property, and the Orchard. So Georgie, but the Montessori people just emailed me yesterday, and I said, we'll talk.
Okay. And can you just elaborate again so that people understand it? Because this local preference is so incredibly important with such an influx of people moving here now with remote work and displacing folks who are working really hard to just stay here. What does that mean to be part of the consortium? Is that a commitment? Where are we with sort of how much, what kind of teeth are in that at this point?
The consortium will be a legal entity where employers buy in, pool their money to buy or master lease units for their employees.
Mm-hmm.
So since their motivation is 100% to have a local workforce, and they will be either subsidizing or at least guaranteeing those units for their workforce, it's inherently local without doing a local preference policy.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Thank you. My last round of question here is just related to the affordability. I heard something encouraging earlier in the day I think it's really important when, and I've heard this from tenants, when people are living in the affordable part of a housing development, that those houses don't look different or they're sort of relegated. And I heard one developer, I can pull up my notes, who said that they will be indistinguishable. The affordable units will be indistinguishable. So is anyone else kind of planning that? I'm just tossing this out here to developers as a way to encourage what I see is a good direction to move in. Is anyone else thinking along those lines as well? That like, let's say the housing authority developments or people self-help won't look different or be less attractive or less sturdy for the future, as to not make those who live there already more identified as low income.
And I just realized that question wasn't for me,
Yeah.
but I would like to answer that. With the Workforce Housing Consortium model is applying the same concept, that again, these workforce units, which would be acquired through their employer consortium, would again be within all of the market rate units, within all of the developments, so that you can't tell that you're living in a in a company building.
Got it. That's okay.
Thank you, Supervisor Capps, for that question. I'm Laurel Perez, representing the Cared Family Homes, and that is a really important fundamental component of our project. In fact, with the Chadmar Group building the entire project, including those homes on behalf of People's Self-Help, they'll be indistinguishable in terms of their quality of architecture, landscape, and then we're also looking to disperse the affordable to the extent that we can, still allowing People's Self-Help to get the funding they need from the pools of money that they look to by creating buildings throughout the entire project so that these homes are not contained into a corner of the project, but rather, and not segregated, but rather dispersed throughout the property. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Thank you. That sounds like a great idea. I don't understand how that works. So, aren't they less of, are they, I'll ask Lisa, I guess, or, yeah, how do you, okay, let's figure out how this works. Because if we can do that, let's just build them all over the place if they're cheaper.
Exactly.
I think I can answer what you're
I know, but
asking, but
the reason why you're paying more for a house, because it looks a little bit different, it's built a little bit different. Okay, go ahead, help me explain, understand.
yeah, it costs more money and we just go get more money. That's number one.
Wait a minute.
There are sources of financing, though, available to us as affordable housing developers.
Right.
That's part of it. We have the goal, and I appreciated Supervisor Capps' comments for our own residents. I mean, literally, I want our kids to invite their friends over to their house because they're proud of it, and so that's a big goal, and we make that happen. In terms of dispersing it around, I think maybe that's part of the question.
No, I'm interested in how do you make it look the same for less money?
It's not going to be less money. That was my first point.
Okay, that's what that's the part I'm struggling with.
But that's the affordable housing developer's job to raise enough funds to pay for what it looks like.
Okay.
Is that? And
So
unfortunately, there
subsidized.
are ways to do that.
So we're subsidizing. Okay, got it.
We primarily subsidize through the low-income housing tax credit with private equity that
Okay.
comes in and boom, yeah.
Okay.
I'll let
But on that point,
Supervisor Hartman go.
but we did hear from some project proponents that they would have to get a separate parcel because of the funding stream. Could you elaborate that point?
Yeah, that's very true. If we're talking about this tax credit program, for example, that has this investor that's going to come in. It's governed by the IRS. They need a separate parcel in order to collateralize that, essentially, right? The way we're working now to try to meet these objectives that we're hearing to disperse, first of all, we could have several different parcels and move them around, for one. And there's different ways to separate those out. What we're working on now is working with ground leases where we're really talking about collateralizing the leasehold improvements above, if you will.
Yeah,
And so we've got a couple examples, and it's complicated, but there's a path, I think, is the point.
Come on, Bob.
I'll just add a little bit of comments. I think it depends on the nature of the site. So for example, if you're building a 3-story element and it's a constrained site, it makes perfect sense to concentrate the units in one area. If it's a very large-scale project, and as Ken mentioned, if you have multiple parcels, you can do what's called a scattered site development within a larger context. So hopefully that answers the difference.
That does.
Thank you.
All right. Are you good? I'll pause for Okay. We'll go to Supervisor Hartman.
Well, first of all, this process is new to all of us, and I thank everyone for participating. I think it was really helpful, to me at least, to get a sense of the different projects that developers are envisioning, and I hope that it was helpful for the developers to see what each other is thinking about, because there are a lot of innovative ideas out there. One issue that we didn't really touch when the board talked about criteria, but that is especially important, especially in the Goleta load pocket where resilience, reliability of energy is so critical, is what the energy requirements, renewable energy requirements are. I guess I was thinking that maybe it was part of the building code, but can anybody in our planning department talk about what applies to these new projects? Do they just have to be solar ready, or are we beyond that by now?
Oh, I'm already on. Um, so it's my understanding that we have to provide, and this is through the building code, the California Building Code, that we have to provide spaces for electric vehicles. And I think most of the affordable housing projects are all electric, but I don't believe the county has passed the all electric ordinance yet, and that's part of the CAP process. And so that is to come, but we don't currently have that.
And Mr. Lewis, could you respond as well to my question?
Partially, I can. I'm not sure if there are any exemptions for the low-income housing requirements, but Title 24 from state of California does require solar on every new building. It has, but it's a very small amount of solar. So if you wanted to actually do a solar microgrid, it would be just a laughable, small amount to kind of check the box for Title 24. You have to go way beyond that to get to any level where you're going to provide resilience for the site. And you need a battery as well. And the battery, Title 24, the new Title 24 has also a battery requirement, but it also is it's negligible. It would not provide for the resilience of the site.
Yes, so I hope we can get working on our county ordinance, and when these come through, those will apply. So any forward-looking developer would be anticipating these changes to our ordinance and accommodate that. Okay, I don't have many questions. I wanted to also say, I think when these come to the board, a letter of intent would help us a great deal. And then, while it's not my district, the Goleta Ag Block and those properties, there is a lot of development there, and it's pretty intense development. And if it's all rezoned, it seems like it would be beneficial to work together, especially the Montessori property and the San Marcos growers. It's underserved in terms of parks and trails, and while affordability is really key, if we're going to have this dense development, we need places for people to decompress. And I think working together, I don't know how we foster that, and maybe that's something I could ask again our Director Plowman, because I know in the rezones from Builder's Remedy to rezones, our planning department has been really forward-thinking in working with developers and trying to come up with better projects. And you now have that knowledge about what they're each proposing, and perhaps how they might leverage to give better benefits to their residents and to the community at large.
Sure, Supervisor Hartman through the chair. So there are opportunities for coordination, and I think in particular the Tatum site and the San Marcos Ranch or San Marcos Grower site, they border one another, and there is an area where there's a number of oak trees in that space, and I think those two property owners could work together to provide a public space there. And I've spoken with both of them, and they have expressed some interest, but I think if the board encourages it, then maybe we can make that happen. And then I have not had a chance to talk with the Montessori team about any coordination, but it is adjacent to the housing authority, so I'm sure they'd be willing to have conversations about maybe linking projects and linking trails potentially between them, which could be helpful in expanding, walking paths and whatnot.
Yeah, so before it comes to the board, it might be nice if you could convene and talk to them and see what
Sure.
interest there might be. And that's all I have.
All right, let's go up to North County to Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lavanino. First of all, I just wanted to thank you, Chair, and the clerk and CO's office for accommodating a North County hearing for myself so I could participate, as well as for North County constituents to be able to have this presentation in their backyard. I think it's really helpful. We have not only developers here in the room, but we also have community members that are very interested and concerned about what this means for them. Before I get to the North County, I have some South County thoughts. You know, it's one of the first times that Diane Black and I agree on something. And, you know, I think that from these presentations, we may need to pull the fire alarm on what's going on here, because if we only see 20% affordability on many of these South County projects, if you do the math, you mean to rezone twice as many properties, twice as much acres. You know, the county is assuming 50% on the lower income, and we know that that's ambitious, but that's what I'm hearing today from many of the projects, is that they're only offering about 20%. And if that was the case, if you apply that through the tool across the entire, you know, balancing element, we actually need to have more properties, probably than we even have listed at this point. So just want to alert people out there in the South Coast, that's a problem if we don't have more affordability there. And I know Supervisor Capps, you know, that you said that was one of your biggest issues, and I just want to highlight that that is a problem with what is being proposed here now. So just wanted to highlight that, because I think that's going to be a problem. And going along to that is that most of these projects are only offering what the builder's remedy requires them to do. And if that's the case, I don't see what the incentive is for the board to go through and give them the advantages of a rezone. I thought that this would potentially create an incentive for them to come and be more aggressive, so they didn't have to go through rezone property, but it sounds like some of them want to have both, and I think that's a challenge. I think Craig Minus, I really appreciate your comments. You know, we have some challenges here that once we do these rezones, even with a letter of intent, that's not binding, and I think that that's going to be problematic for some of these projects. One of the tools that I think we can use in this process that benefits a lot of different priorities is rezoning the building envelope, not necessarily the whole parcel. We did that in 2006 in the housing element when we rezoned Key Site 3 and Key Site 30. It's something we're going to need to do for the affordability pieces of these projects, so that they have that separate parcel. So I want to hopefully that planning is prepared to do that, because some of these sites, like, you know, Glen Annie, it's a large site, but it really, the density is on these building envelopes, not the entire project. We have that actually with the Apollo project, and I have a question for them in a little bit about the density of the project within the building envelope. My first question on the North County is for staff. The Constellation project, Richards Ranch, Key Site 11, these are commercial projects, current zoning. And if you know a lot about the North, or much about the North County, we have a lack of services. We don't have the same kind of commercial amenities in our communities that some of the other urban areas have. That's been an underdeveloped area. Are we able to do these rezones and still accommodate for the rezones of the commercial? You know, Key Site 26, the Richards Ranch one, is one that's in particular. They want to put residential on where there was formerly commercial, but they also are saying, hey, we want to flip the commercial to another area. Is that going to be part of this process if we decide to rezone those properties?
Good evening, board members. With Key Site 26, the proposed zoning does make a distinction between the different parts of the property. So the property that's north, the largest portion, is remaining in commercial, as are the two kind of smaller pieces to the west. The parcel to the south would be zoned for residential uses. So we did make that distinction, and we did factor in that there could be some mixed use on the northern portion of the property.
And that's what I was asking, because I think the northern portion was actually open space previously as part of that in our community plan. So making it commercial here is what I'm hoping that you do, if that's the case, because I think that's what we need to be to deliver this project the way that the applicant is proposing it. Same with Key Site 11. They're going to have a mixed-use portion, but also a residential portion. I just want to make sure that staff is prepared to understand those elements and include that in the rezoning?
Board members, Supervisor Nelson, some of the proposals, we are hearing about them for the first time this evening, like Key Site 11. So what we'll need to do is take a look at what's actually been proposed versus what, that is, what's proposed in the housing element versus what's being proposed by the developer now, and how the zoning, whether it aligns. We do have on Key Site 11, for example, a mix of commercial uses with residential, but I'm not sure it aligns with the site plan that I saw today.
Okay, so again, that's would be my hope, is that we're able to not forego commercial opportunities by just, building houses all over every open parcel in the North County. That's a challenge. We actually have a lot of parcels that are still undeveloped in the Orca community plan that were residential. I'm not against having residential and commercial on some of these sites, because I understand that you need the residential piece for the financing, because the banks know that there'll be tenants in there. There's a need for housing, but they're not necessarily sure that there'll be commercial tenants, because it's a different market, and so it's a little bit harder to finance. So I don't mind them moving forward together, but I would hate to lose our opportunities for commercial development in the North County if we just made them all residential properties. If I could, I'm going to ask some questions of some of the project applicants that we have here in the room. The first one I actually had for was the Latter-day Saints project. And before I get to them, I just wanted to also comment, as much as I was concerned about what's going on the South Coast, it really is a tale of two different counties because of the market rents that we've been talking about. The market rents in the North County actually right now meet the 70% AMI. So even though we're making assumptions in the North County that only 65% of the project would likely be on the lower, on the affordability side, right now, based on market rents, we're at 100%. And so just want to make sure that everybody understands that there are really two different situations that are out there when it comes to looking at the North County versus the South County. And so, and that's also maybe an incentive down for some of the South County developers. Somehow North County developers are going to be able to do projects that are going to fit 70% AMI for basically 100% of their project. I know land is more expensive in Santa Barbara. Probably development costs are a little bit higher down there, but I just want to encourage all of you to be thinking, hey, there's somehow some of these projects are looking forward to going forward in the north. Maybe they can pencil in the south with a greater amount of affordability. Going to Latter-day Saints project, can you please tell me if there's a strategy that the project applicant has for having local tenants there? That's been some of the challenges with some of these 100% affordable projects as we build them in our community, but some of these are from developers that may not have a list that's local, so they're actually pulling from Fresno or LA or San Francisco with those certificates, those Section 8 certificates to build their projects. And I don't think that our community has an issue with building affordable housing if it's for our residents. I know there's challenges with the Fair Housing Act, but projects can have strategies. Can you talk about the strategy that this developer has to do that?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Nelson. I concur with you. I think the housing should be developed for first priority for the local residents, local workers. From talking with the applicant, they said that there is some limitations in having some priority system when using tax credits for affordable housing. So we will look into this a little bit more. That is the desire of them to do that, but if there is a legal constraint, that could hamper that.
Yeah, so there can be restrictions. So for everybody's benefit, you can't say somebody from another area can't live there, but there are strategies that applicants and developers can employ that can get you a better mix of actually local residents. So I would really encourage those. And are you part of this project?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Please.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Ackerman. I represent the owner and developer.
Thank you for being here.
So as we work with the local housing authority, and we get a lot of our tenants from local housing authorities. That's really what we do to make sure we're getting tenants locally. And we actively work, our managers work actively with the local housing authorities to make sure we're incorporating local tenants.
Okay. One of the other strategies I've heard out there is actually going out and helping people get their applications ready so that on day one, when the application window opens, that there's these locals that would probably qualify that are ready to be the first ones up. And so I would encourage that for developers in the North County and the South County as a strategy, not to prohibit people from outside the area, but to encourage locals to get to the front of the line when they eventually get some of these housing units.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we just actually are leasing up a project in Santa Maria right now, and we've been working with the local tenants, and we actually had some delays because of the railroad up there. And we had tenants come to the local board and say, you know, we're waiting for this housing. And we had lots of local tenants who were actively at the meetings trying to get the housing. So we're definitely working with local tenants when we can.
Okay, well, thank you. And I'll just 2 comments about that project moving forward. One, there's some grading issues there. It's a big sand dune with some big drops between them and the neighbors. I think it might be helpful for us to eventually see some elevations that address that in the future and how you're going to be able to build a project that would actually work on that and the scale not be too large, because if you're having to go to 2 or 3 stories on top of a big sand dune looking over single-family homes, it may not be as consistent. I think with grading on that site, it's potential to be workable. I also am concerned about both accesses being off of Waller Lane on that property, because it's already a kind of a thoroughfare between Santa Maria Way and the 135. So there's a lot of traffic already there. So you may want to look at other access points, potentially off the Santa Maria Way might be more appropriate. So I just want to provide you guys some feedback moving forward. Next question is actually for the Constellation and Apollo applicant. Thank you, Mr. Patel, for being here. My understanding is at the Constellation project, part of that, you guys will be bringing over the sewer infrastructure to that side of Constellation. Is that, currently I don't believe it's there. You guys will be bringing the sewer?
That's correct.
Okay, and so that's good. That's a good information for Vandenberg Village and the board, because there's that park project, and the biggest expense on that is actually bringing the sewer from Vandenberg Village Community Services District over to that parcel. So you guys will bring the sewer all the way to the limit right next to the park if that project moves forward.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's something good for the public to know, and my colleagues, especially Supervisor Hartman, I know that was a project that she was an advocate for earlier. Both your projects, Constellation and Apollo, I know that, actually more specifically to Apollo, you mentioned that it was going to be a density of 12 units per acre, but that was the entire property. Could you tell me what the density would be for your building envelope?
Yes, the density for the building envelope is just under 30 units an acre.
Okay, so that would actually qualify under the housing element, is my understanding. So I just wanted to confirm that so staff could hear that, so that they were making sure that could fit as part of our numbers. And then also about affordability, you know, you've seen the affordability numbers based on the average median income back in 22 and what that looks like. Based on those numbers, do you think your market rate would be consistent with the affordability under that you've been shared with?
Yes, it would be consistent.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, I think that might be the only questions I have for you. Thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you.
Last one I actually have is for Key Site 26, which is the Richards Ranch property. So one of the things that I'm concerned about with some of these projects that have my commercial and residential is that the residential get built and the commercial never gets built. So can you explain to us, you know, publicly how that's going to happen? How are we going to bring infrastructure to do both concurrently? Because that would be something that would really get my attention, because I think it would be a disservice just to build housing and not commercial. And I'm afraid on certain sites that might be, the incentive is the commercial, but really it's an opportunity to build more housing without the community services that the public need. Can you speak to that?
Sure. So it's something that we've actually considered quite a bit with this project. Our current plans are to pull all sewer, all water, all utilities throughout the site and do mass grading for the entire master plan, which allows for the commercial and the residential to be done concurrently. And that's currently our plan. Obviously, as we all know, interest rates have affected things considerably. And, you know, that's one of the things that we talk about with Richards Ranch quite a bit, is that it is not a popular thing for developers to be providing retail commercial right now. And yet, we have jumped over considerable hurdles to provide commercial on the site because we feel like it's the right thing to do for the community. So with that said, in that understanding, obviously we want to do everything we can to provide the commercial with the residential. Oftentimes in developments like this, you need the residential from a profitability standpoint to allow for the commercial to come in and pay for some of that infrastructure. But with that said, we have every intent of delivering the commercial, and we're willing to look at ways to work with the county to make sure that that happens.
Good, thank you. I think that a lot of people are afraid of that bait and switch, and it's not just your project, there's other commercial projects that I think we want to see. If you guys go ahead and move forward with the residential, I think the community definitely wants to see the commercial piece to move forward. That we are underserved in these unincorporated areas, and I think that's something that needs to be addressed. The other part about your project that's a little bit of a struggle here for everybody is that you currently have an application to no longer be a part of the county. You want to be part of the city. If we would move forward with the rezone, would you guys be willing to go ahead and drop that annexation application and to be a part of the county's process moving forward?
Sure. So I want to make sure that I'm clear. You know, we are agnostic as far as developing in the city or the county. When we first purchased the site, it's very complicated and expensive for a developer to go through an annexation. It incurs a lot of risk on our part. We have spent a considerable amount of resources to do that. And going back to what I had said about the commercial, really the intent is to try to provide commercial on this site. And as of right now, we don't have water for commercial on the property. And so, as we kind of talked through in our presentation, we are looking for a way to solve that puzzle and to essentially deliver the project that this community has always looked for and has been planned all the way back since the 1980s. With that said, we spent about 9 months. We hired water consultants, we hired water attorneys. We looked into many potential resources for water to be able to provide this exact project in the county, which was our preference. At that time, we were not able to make that happen. And so in 2021 is when we requested annexation, and we've been going down that path ever since. We've spent considerable resources doing that. However, with that said, I think what we would be looking for in order to switch sides, you might say, even though we don't look at it that way, is that, we would need to try to line up the timing is one thing. I mean, we're already 3 years into our process, which is a lot of time. I was joking with someone the other day that, by the time we get done with this development plan, we might have to redesign the architecture because it would be outdated. And so, we want to try to sync up the timing if that's possible. We would really want to make sure that we have water resources for the commercial components of the property so that we can deliver that project. I think that is the project that the community wants. And lastly, we would need to be rezoned in the housing element to give us the flexibility to work with the county on all of that. So
I'll ask the question again. If you guys get rezoned into the housing element, would you guys be willing to drop your annexation application?
Assuming that there are good faith negotiations on both sides and we can work all those things that I had mentioned out, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I think those are my questions. Last one is I also thought it was not only remarkable that I agree with, that's it for you. Okay. Thank you very much. Not only remarkable that I agreed with Diane Black and on something here today, I also agreed with Dan Giroux, which is unusual for the 4th District to agree there on the Quayside 11 and his excitement about the opportunity for some recreational assets to go along with that project as well. So I just wanted to take an opportunity to make that comment as well. Also, just for the record, very interested at learning more about the Boys and Girls Club project. With all these projects, we are actually handing the owners of these properties a lot of value. And, that's absolutely the rights to a property owner to have that value realized. But we do have some opportunities, whether it's the Montessori school down in Santa Barbara, whether it's Boys and Girls Club here or other projects where we can take some of that value and leverage it for some other community resources. I also know the CARE project has potentially a pool project as part of it that would be really exciting to see move forward. So as much as that we can continue to do that, I'm really interested in seeing those things move forward. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Capps.
Well, I've said it all. I just want to thank Supervisor Nelson for doubling down on the message of affordability. I just, take the opportunity while I can look at all of these developers in one room at one time to collectively just make a plea, because 20% is it's going to cause a lot of problems for people who just are already forced out. 42% of our county can't afford to live here as it is. So thank you for your willingness, but if you get inspired and you go to sharpen your pencils and do some different numbers, I'll be thrilled. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. It's been a rough 10 hours. This was not the day that I needed to have whatever happen. So I apologize. But I do want to thank everybody that's been here, our planning commissioners that have been here, the developers, the public, staff, Supervisor Nelson, thank you for making it work up there. I think the things that jump out to me, I have no projects in my district. That's kind of nice. Sorry about that. Sorry, Laura. But I think what jumped out to me today was the need for coordination. What Supervisor Hartman said. When I saw all those stacked, seeing it today really helped, because it was like, wow, we need to be talking about all of these together. And I also did appreciate Craig. I've been trying to say this too, is that we can't fall in love with the amenities because we cannot enforce those. So I like to look at them. They seem nice. I've been through enough hearings where things don't actually turn out the way that they look. So enforcement issue is important to me. But also, I think this also points out from the state level of when you mandate a housing mandate like this, to also not take into consideration the infrastructure piece of it it makes it very difficult for policymakers, because we're asked to tackle this housing crisis, and you see a great project, but surrounded by really limited access with roads, sewers, all those things need to be taken into consideration. I'd like to say a lot more, but I don't think my voice is going to make it, so I'll just say thank you for today. And how do we wrap this up?
That's it?
Okay. That's all, folks.
Yep.
We are adjourned until April 2nd in Santa Barbara. Thank you.